The genetic code of ancient humans contains the salvation that 7 dying alien species desperately need. Jake Wilson knew this truth before anyone else on Earth or her colonies, though he'd never imagined his research would make humanity a target for harvest. The alarm klaxons throughout the Proxima Research Institute scream their urgent warning as Jake Wilson, 35-year-old paleogeneticist, frantically works to secure irreplaceable ancient DNA samples. His hands move with practiced precision, despite the chaos erupting throughout the colony. Through the reinforced windows of his laboratory, he catches glimpses of ships definitely not human in design descending through Proxima Centauri B's thin atmosphere. "Security breach in sectors 7 through 12, announces the automated system. "All personnel evacuate immediately." Jake ignores the warning. The Neanderthal and Denisovan samples in his specialized containment units represent years of work potential keys to revolutionary medical treatments that could eliminate genetic disorders. He can't leave them behind. The laboratory door hisses open. Jake spins, expecting security personnel, but freezes at the sight of the figures entering. Humanoid but distinctly alien blue-skinned beings with ridged foreheads and calculating eyes. They carry weapons unlike any human design. "Dr. Jake Wilson," the leader states, not a question but a confirmation. "Secure the subject and the research materials." Jake backs against his workstation. "Who are you? What do you want?" The aliens move with military precision, ignoring his questions as they efficiently secure his samples and data cores. Outside, the sounds of battle intensify, plasma discharges and explosions that suggest the colony's defenses are failing. Hours later, Jake sits in a sterile interrogation chamber aboard what he's learned is the Benzite flagship, Evolutionary Apex. His wrists are bound to the table with energy restraints that tingle uncomfortably against his skin. The door slides open to admit a female Benzite whose uniform markings identify her as a high-ranking official. "I am third geneticist Rhea of the Benzite Scientific Authority," she announces, her voice clinically detached. "You will assist us with accessing and interpreting your research." Jake stares at her. "You bypassed military installations and power plants to attack a research facility. Why?" Rhea activates a holographic display showing DNA strands human, Neanderthal, and Denisovan sequences rotating in comparison. "Your species is Dr. Wilson. While all other sentient species experience genetic narrowing during evolution, humans hybridized with multiple hominid species. That's established science," Jake says cautiously. "What's your interest?" "The 7 species of the galactic hegemony suffer from what we term the diminishing," Rhea explains, displaying new genetic sequences that show clear degradation patterns. "Each generation becomes weaker, less fertile, more disease-prone. Our civilizations face extinction within centuries unless a solution is found." Understanding dawns on Jake with horrifying clarity. "And you think human DNA holds the answer?" "We know it does," Rhea corrects. "Your ancient DNA samples particularly. The hybridization events in human evolution created unprecedented genetic resilience. We require this to survive." Jake's voice hardens. "I won't help you. Your cooperation is preferred but optional," Rhea states without emotion. "The hegemony has already begun collecting human subjects from your colonies and homeworld. The harvesting will continue with or without your expert guidance." Jake feels ice in his veins as the implication becomes clear. These aliens view humanity as nothing more than a genetic resource lab, animals to be experimented upon. With their technological superiority, they could reduce Earth and her colonies to breeding farms. "How many?" he asks, his voice barely controlled. "How many humans have you taken?" Rhea's expression remains unchanged. "Thousands." "We will need millions." The fate of humanity now hangs on knowledge locked in ancient DNA, the very samples Jake has dedicated his life to studying. The bitter irony isn't lost on him, as he stares into the cold, calculating eyes of his captor. Jake's hands trembled as he slid the final DNA sample into its protective case. 3 days of isolation aboard the evolutionary Apex had left him disoriented and exhausted. The interrogations had been relentless. Rhea and her team of geneticists probing for details about his research methodologies, sample preservation techniques, and theories on human genetic resilience. Time to move, human. A Benzite security officer entered the small chamber that had served as both Jake's prison and interrogation room. Third, geneticist Rhea requires your presence in the primary research facility. The officer secured energy restraints around Jake's wrists, same tingling bonds he'd worn during interrogations. Jake was led through a series of curved corridors, each identical to the last, until they reached a massive transport tube. The officer placed his 6-fingered hand on a biometric scanner, and the tube hummed to life. "Where are you taking me?" Jake asked, his voice hoarse from disuse. The officer remained silent as the transport tube accelerated. Minutes later, the doors opened to reveal a sight that stole Jake's breath. The research facility sprawled before him, clinically white and vast. What struck him immediately were the transparent chambers lining the wall seats containing a human. Men and women of various ages lay on examination tables or sat in specialized chairs, connected to machinery that hummed with quiet efficiency. Tubes ran from their bodies, carrying blood, tissue samples, and other biological materials to collection reservoirs. Jake's legs nearly gave out beneath him. My God! One woman, perhaps in her 50s, stared vacantly from her chamber, dozens of extraction needles embedded in her arms. In another, a young man weakly raised his head as Jake passed, eyes pleading before falling back in exhaustion. The facility stretched in 7 distinct directions from the central hub where Jake stood. Each section bore different environmental conditions: zone humid and warm, another cool and dry, a third bathed in unusual purple light. Different alien species worked in each section, all focused on their terminals and equipment, occasionally extracting samples from their human subjects. Commander Thrace awaits you. The officer nudged Jake forward toward a Viridian standing at the hub's center. Commander Thrace cut an imposing figurehead with gray-blue scaled skin that caught the light as he turned. Battle scars crisscrossed his face, and his 6-fingered hands rested on what was clearly a weapon at his hip. His eyes, vertical slits of amber, regarded Jake with unconcealed contempt. "This is the specimen Rhea believes will accelerate our research." Thrace's voice rumbled, deep and coarse. "It looks frail, even for a G-Doctor-Tick anomaly." "Doctor." "Wilson," Jake corrected, straightening his spine despite his fatigue. "I'm Dr. Jake Wilson." Thrace's mouth twisted. "You should be grateful, anomaly. Few lower species are granted the honor of serving the hegemony's survival." He gestured with one 6-fingered hand toward the suffering humans in their chambers. "Your kind will serve a purpose greater than your primitive existence could otherwise achieve." Jake bit back a retort as Thrace led him through the facility, past more chambers of captive humans. Some appeared recently captured, alert and terrified, while others showed signs of long-term confinement: gaunt faces, atrophied muscles, and the vacant stare of those who had endured too much. They arrived at a laboratory apart from the others. Inside, Rhea stood before a holography display of rotating DNA helices. "Dr. Wilson," she acknowledged without turning. "Your new workspace. You will assist in identifying the genetic markers we require." Jake surveyed the laboratory. It contained equipment similar to what he'd used at Proxima Research Institute, though clearly more advanced. A workstation had been configured specifically for human use. "And if I refuse?" Jake asked, though he already knew the answer. Commander Thrace stepped uncomfortably close. "Then you will join the extraction subjects, and we will bring in the female geneticist from Luna Base, or perhaps the male from the African Conservation Zone." His scaled lips curled. There are many human experts in our custody. Jake's stomach tightened. How many scientists had they taken? Threats are doctor necessary, Commander, Rhea interjected. Dr. Wilson understands the situation. She dismissed Thrace with a gesture, then turned to Jake once the commander had left. I have granted you limited access to our research database. Review our findings and prepare to contribute. After Rhea departed, Jake cautiously approached the workstation. The interface responded to his touch, displaying a staggering amount of data. Thousands of human genetic samples had been collected over the past decade through covert operations. DNA from indigenous populations, historical burial sites, even modern hospital database. The hegemony had infiltrated Earth and her colonies far more extensively than he'd imagined. They've been planning this for years, Jake whispered to himself. Despite their extensive collection, the hegemony scientists had failed to isolate what made human genetics resilient to the diminishing. Jake examined their research into each species' symptoms: Trachians with increasingly atrophied wings, Moraki whose gill structures deformed with each generation, silicon-based lithoids whose crystalline reproductive matrices showed progressive degradation. As he scrolled through the data, a notification appeared on his screen. Somion from an adjacent labor rat doctor had sent him a file. Cautiously, Jake opened it. Dr. Wilson, we haven't met. I'm Marcus Porter, neurologist from Mars Colony. Been here 6 months. We need to talk. Delete this after reading. Jake glanced around, spotting surveillance devices in the ceiling corners. He deleted the message and continued reviewing data, but his mind raced with the knowledge that he wasn't alone. Over the next several hours, he discovered something the aliens had overlooked: a common evolutionary origin for all 7 hegemony species, dating back 50,000 years. Historical records referenced the Shapers, an ancient civilization that had apparently guided these species along different evolutionary paths. You found something, Rhea stated, suddenly appearing behind him. Jake kept his expression neutral. Possibly. Your species' genetic degradation accelerated dramatically in the past century. Have you considered that your problem isn't genetic but environmental? Rhea's eyes narrowed. Elaborate. I'll need more data, Jake said, and I could use another human geneticist to verify my findings. We have several in custody. There's one specifically whose work I'm familiar with, Elena Kostova. She specializes in ancient population migrations and hybridization patterns. Rhea considered this. I will consult the manifest of recent acquisitions. 2 days later, Jake watched as new captives were processed into the facility. His heart sank when he spotted Elena among them, her dark hair now shorter than he remembered, her face thinner but unmistakable. Their eyes met across the processing area, hers widening in recognition and fear. Jake turned away, unable to bear her terrified expression. He had just condemned another colleague to this nightmare, but it was necessary. Between Elena's expertise, Marcus's knowledge of the facility, and his own discovery about the hegemony's origins, they might find a solution that could save both the aliens and humanity. Now, he just needed to convince Rhea that harvesting humans wasn't the answer before it was too late for all of them. Them both. Jake straightened as the doors to the laboratory opened again. A security detail flanked a figure he recognized immediately: Elena Kostova, her wrists bound in the same energy restraints he'd worn days ago. Her eyes met his, T-Doctor initial fear now repinfused with unwavering determination. Dr. Kostova, Doctor, Aya announced, gesturing toward Jake's workstation. You will assist Dr. Wilson in analyzing hybridization patterns relevant to our research. When the security detail departed, leaving only a single guard by the door, Jake approached Elena cautiously. I didn't want them to bring you here, he whispered, but I need your expertise on ancient population migrations. Elena nodded slightly, her eyes conveying understanding of the subtext. Your work on Proxima b was groundbreaking. Haplogroup distribution across isolated populations suggests selection pressures we hadn't previously considered. Jake recognized her careful word choices was establishing their coded communication. Over the next 3 days, they developed a system hidden within legitimate genetic research terminology. References to divergent markers in haplogroup L3 meant hegemony patrol schedules. Methylation patterns indicated surveillance blind spots. During a tissue sampling demonstration for Rhea, Alina leaned close to Jake, her voice barely audible. Earth knows. Multiple governments tracking abductions. Military response impossibly, or ships can't match their technology. Jake kept his expression neutral while adjusting sample parameters. Ancient hybridization mechanisms between Homo sapiens and related species follow distinct patterns, he said loudly for Rhea's benefit, before lowering his voice. I found something about their origins. All 7 species engineered from common ancestry. Alina's fingers paused momentarily on the control panel before resuming their work. The implications were Clorthai's information could be valuable leverage. On the 4th morning after Alina's arrival, Jake accessed his workstation to find a message from Marcus Porter embedded within routine genetic sequencing data. Mapping complete. 7 wings, 7 species. Meet after second meal period. Using the coded system they'd established, Jake arranged for all 3 humans to convene in the small tissue preparation room adjoining his laboratorium of the few areas with reduced surveillance. They've organized research by species, Marcus explained, his auntful face now gaunt from months in captivity. Each section pursues different aspects of human genetics. Alina nodded. The Benzites study our immune systems. I've seen their research there isolating adaptive immune response genes. The Viridians want our muscle regeneration capabilities, Jake added. Each species targets human traits they lack. Marcus glanced nervously at the door. They're getting desperate. Yesterday I saw them extract bone marrow from a subject for the 3rd time this week. The man nearly died on the table. Jake's stomach tightened. We need to convince them there's a better solution than harvesting humans. I have a theory, but I need access to my Neanderthal and Denisovan samples. The opportunity came the following day when Jake presented his case to Rhea. The key to solving the diminishing isn't in modern human DNA alone, he explained, displaying comparison charts between Homo sapiens and ancient hominid species. It's in the hybridization process itself how different genomes integrated successfully. Rhea studied the data, her expression unreadable. You require your original samples. The preservation techniques I developed maintained molecular integrity that your extraction methods have damaged in other specimens, Jake explained. Without them, we're missing crucial data points. After a prolonged silence, Rhea nodded. I will authorize transfer of your samples from storage. Commander Thrace will oversee this research personally. Jake suppressed his frustration at Thrace's involvement. The Viridian commander arrived the next morning, his presence oppressive as he installed additional monitoring devices in the laboratory. These will record all activities and conversations, Thrace informed them, amber eyes narrowing. Attempts to disable them will result in immediate relocation to the extraction chambers. Despite the increased surveillance, Jake's access to his original samples provided the breakthrough they needed. While examining Neanderthal DNA sequences alongside Denisovan markers, he noticed patterns similar to those in the hegemony species' degraded genomes. Der Doctor. A routine tissue extraction procedure Jake was forced to observe. He watched Dr. Vrexel, a Trachian physician, remove dangerous amounts of bone marrow from an unconscious human male. This subject has undergone 3 ex-Dr. Cedions this week, Jake protested. His system can't sustain this level of harvesting. Dr. Vrexel continued the procedure without pausing. Individual specimen survival is secondary to the hegemony's collective survival. You're accelerating your research timeframe, Jake observed. Why? The Trachian's wings twitched slightly. The latest projections indicate the diminishing has entered its terminal phase in some population segments. We have less time than initially calculated. This information confirmed Jake's suspicions. Hegemony's desperation was escalating, making them more dangerous and less concerned with human survival. An unexpected disruption to the research routine came 3 weeks after Alina's arrival. The facility buzzed with activity as a patrol ship returned with biological samples from a previously undiscovered species. Frilians, Alina whispered to Jake as they watched specimens being transported to specialized containment units. I overheard the benzite research team their carbon-silicon hybrids. With attention diverted to the new discovery, Jake seized the opportunity to access terminals normally restricted to him. Using authorization codes he'd observed Rhea input days earlier, he bypassed security protocols and downloaded historical data on the hegemony's genetic research. What he found stunned him. 300 years ago, Jake explained to Alina and Marcus during their next covert meeting, the hegemony implemented selective breeding programs across all 7 species. They engineered their own populations for specific traits. Alina's eyes widened. Artificial selection without understanding long-term consequences. Exactly. They caused the diminishing themselves accelerated their own genetic degradation through forced specialization. Marcus leaned against the wall, processing this revelation. And humans, either overlooked or deliberately left alone by the shapers of the ancient civilization that appears to have seeded all our species. Jake pulled out a small data storage device. I've compiled enough evidence to formulate a solution. Controlled reversal of their artificial selection using specific sequences from both modern humans and ancient hominids. It would restore genetic diversity without requiring continued human harvesting. As Jake prepared to present this theory to Rhea, hoping it might end the human experimentation, an alarm blared throughout the facility. Red emergency lights pulsed along the corridors. Security breach in detention level 4, announced an automated voice. All research personnel remain at stations. Security teams deploy to containment zones. Through the laboratory viewport, Jake watched armed hegemony security forces rushing toward the lower levels. Moments later, the sound of energy weapons discharge echoed through the ventilation system. The laboratory doors slid open with force. Commander Thrace entered with 4 armed guards, his expression murderous. "Secure the humans," he ordered. The guards moved immediately, restraining Jake and Alina. "What's happening?" Jake demanded. "Your people have attacked security personnel," Thrace snarled. 7 dead, the escapees will be terminated. "We had nothing to do with this," Alina protested. Thrace approached Jake, towering over him. "Your arrival has coincided with unprecedented disruption. You have accessed restricted databases. You have extracted sensitive information. I've been trying to help you solve the diminishing," Jake insisted. "You will be isolated for enhanced interrogation," Thrace declared. "The female will remain under guard here." As the guards pulled Jake toward the door, he locked eyes with Alina and made a subtle movement. The data chip containing his research findings slid from his sleeve into her palm as they brushed past each other. "This isn't necessary," Jake argued as they dragged him away. "The solution doesn't require harvesting humans. I can prove it." Thrace ignored his protests. Jake caught a final glimpse of Alina closing her hand around the data chip before he was forced into a transport tube. The security team transferred him to an isolation chamber in a different section of the evolutionary apex. Unlike his previous quarters, this room contained only a single hard surface for sitting and sleeping, with restraint systems built into the walls. As the energy field activated across the entrance, Jake surveyed his new prison. The information Alina now possessed represented their best chance not just for stopping the human harvesting, but potentially saving both species from the consequences of the hegemony's past mistakes. Now he had to find a way out of isolation before Thrace decided his usefulness had ended. Cold, darkness, silence. Jake lost track of time in the isolation chamber. No light penetrated the perfect blackness surrounding him, and sound seemed to die at the boundaries of his prison. The Voridians had engineered the chamber with clinical precision sensory deprivation as a psychological weapon. A feeding tube delivered a flavorless nutrient paste at irregular intervals, just enough to keep him alive. Jake counted these feedings religiously. 1, 2, 3. By his estimation, 3 days had passed. On what must have been the 4th day, the chamber suddenly flooded with blinding light. Jake's eyes burned as the door hissed open. 2 Benzite guards seized him by the arms, his muscles screaming in protest of inactivity. The specimen appears cognitively intact despite isolation protocols, observed Dr. Vrexel as the guard secured Jake to an examination table. The Trachean's wings twitched methodically as he began a thorough physical assessment. Jake's throat felt raw from disuse. "Where's Alina?" Dr. Vrexel ignored the question, pressing a sensor array against Jake's chest. Cardiovascular function optimal. Stress hormone levels elevated but within acceptable parameters. The physician turned to his assistant. "Note that this specimen demonstrates superior resilience compared to previous extraction subjects. Cellular regeneration rates exceed baseline measurements by 17%. "I'm not a specimen," Jake managed, his voice stronger now. "I'm a person." The Trachean paused, amber eyes narrowing slightly. "Your anthropocentric perspective is irrelevant to this assessment." A familiar figure entered the medical bay. Commander Thrace's imposing frame filled the doorway, his scaled skin catching the harsh light. "Is the human fit for transport?" Thrace demanded. "Yes, Commander. His physical condition remains optimal for continued research." Thrace nodded curtly. "Prepare him." Grand Geneticist Korla awaits his arrival at the Genesis chamber. The guards removed Jake's restraints only to replace them with more sophisticated bindings. As they escorted him through the corridors of the evolutionary apex, Jake noticed a significant change in the ship's operations. Security personnel rushed through intersections, carrying weapons he hadn't seen before. Engineers installed shield generators at key junctions, and the lighting had shifted to a pulsing amber. "Your military seems busy," Jake remarked, carefully gauging Thrace's reaction. The Voridian commander's mind focused. "Your species' primitive attempts at rescue are inconsequential. Your vessels approach our territory, but the technological disparity renders their efforts futile." Jake concealed his surprise. Earth had found them. Somehow, they'd located the hegemony fleet. They entered a transport tube unlike the ones Jake had used before. This one descended rapidly, moving deeper into the massive vessel than he'd been permitted to go. When the doors opened, Jake faced a security checkpoint more rigorous than any he'd encountered previously. "Genesis chamber access protocols initiated," announced an automated system. "Genetic verification complete. Welcome, Commander Thrace." Beyond the checkpoint lay a vast circular chamber dominated by 7 enormous cylindrical tanks. Each tank, easily 20 meters tall, pulsed with an eerie blue bioluminescence. Jake approached the nearest one, horrified comprehension dawning as he made out thousands of tiny forms suspended within the nutrient medium. "Embryos," he whispered. "The future of the hegemony," declared a raspy voice behind him. Jake turned to face a Benzite female whose body displayed advanced symptoms of the diminishing. Her limbs appeared withered, and her once doctor-descent skin had faded to a dull gray. Despite her physical deterioration, her eyes burned with fierce intelligence. "Dr. Wilson, I am Grand Geneticist Korla," she said. "You stand in the culmination of 3 centuries of genetic research. Each tank contains embryos of one hegemony species, now being modified with human DNA sequences." Jake moved closer to one T-Doctor, studying the tiny forms within. "You're creating hybrids." "We are saving our civilization," Korla corrected. "Your colleague Dr. Kostova has provided invaluable insights regarding ancient human genetic migration patterns. Her expertise in population hybridization has accelerated our program significantly." At the mention of Alina, Jake scanned the chamber. He spotted her at a workstation across the room, surrounded by Benzite researchers. Even from a distance, he could see how thin she'd become, her movements sluggish from exhaustion. Korla gestured for Jake to follow. "You will continue your research here, with direct application to our embryonic integration protocols." As they approached Alina's workstation, Jake noted how her shoulders tensed at the sound of their footsteps. When she turned, the dark circles under her eyes testified to days of forced labor. 10 minutes for knowledge transfer," Korla announced before moving away to consult with other researchers. Alina glanced at the guards, then stepped closer to Jake. "They executed Marcus," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "He tried to help a group of humans escape, but they were caught." Jake closed his eyes briefly, grief washing over him. "I'm sorry." Alina's hand brushed against his arm, pressing something small and flat against his skin. "Marcus didn't die for nothing. He hacked their communications network before they caught him." Jake felt the object, a neural interface patch disguised as a medical monitor, and carefully secured it under his sleeve. "It can broadcast throughout the ship," Alina continued, her eyes never leaving his face. "And to the entire fleet. The complete data package is loaded, everything we de-doctor overed about the diminishing." An older man approached their workstation, his movements careful and deliberate. Though his ID badge read Dr. Samu Dr. Reed, his appearance shocked Jake. The man looked decades older than his stated age of 62, his body ravaged by repeated tissue extractions. "Dr. Wilson," Reed said, extending a trembling hand. "I've been instructed to acquaint you with our integration protocols." As Reed guided Jake to his workstation, he spoke in measured tones. "Their approach is fundamentally flawed. They're simply grafting human sequences into their genome without understanding the complex interactions." He lowered his voice. "These embryos will develop severe abnormalities. None will survive to maturity." Jake examined Reed's terminal, quickly assessing the genetic sequences displayed. "They don't understand what they're doing." "No," Reed agreed quietly, "but they're desperate enough not to care about the consequences." Over the next hours, Jake gained access to increasingly restricted areas of the Genesis Chamber's data core. What he discovered there confirmed his earlier theories and revealed an even more profound truth. The Shapers weren't merely an advanced alien civilization that had engineered the hegemony species. They were proto-humans who had left Earth approximately 300,000 years ago, developing genetic engineering capabilities that allowed them to seed modified Earth life across multiple worlds. The implication stunned Jake. Humans and the hegemony weren't separate species, they were distant genetic relatives. Humans represented the unchanged baseline, while the hegemony species were specialized offshoots. The diminishing wasn't a disease, but their body's natural attempt to revert to baseline genetics after millennia of artificial selection. This knowledge changed everything. If communicated properly, it could transform the relationship between humans and the hegemony from adversaries to family. Jake worked frantically, developing a genuine genetic solution while planning how to use the neural interface. The patch Marcus had sacrificed himself to create represented their best hope for ending this conflict without further bloodshed. A thunderous explosion suddenly rocked the chamber. Alarms blared as the lighting shifted to emergency red. On the security monitors, Jake watched human military vessels deploying specialized boarding craft against the hegemony flagship. "Their tactics are inefficient," Thrace snarled, studying the tactical display. "They target sensor arrays rather than weapon systems." But Jake understood immediately. the human forces were temporarily blinding sections of the massive vessel, creating confusion rather than trying to outgun the technologically superior hegemony ships. As Thrace barked orders into his communicator, and Korla rushed to secure the embryonic tanks, Jake caught Alina's eye across the chaos of the chamber. She nodded slightly, understanding passing between them. In the confusion of the attack, Jake slipped the neural interface patch from his sleeve. This was their chance, perhaps their only one, to save both species from destruction. Destruction of both species from this obsession with genetic harvesting. The entire chamber shuddered violently. Jake stumbled against his workstation as emergency lights pulsed from blue to red. A distant explosion reverberated through the ship's structure, followed by the high-pitched wail of breach alarms. "Status report," Thrace demanded into his communicator, talons digging into the console. "Target analysis." The tactical display flickered as it updated, revealing multiple human vessels executing precision strikes against the evolutionary apex. Jake noticed their unusual attack pattern immediately. They weren't targeting weapon systems. "They're blinding us," he muttered, watching as sensor arrays went dark across the display. Thrace spun toward him, eyes narrowing. "What did you say?" Before Jake could respond, another impact rocked the Genesis chamber. One of the massive embryo tanks creaked ominously in its housing. Korla rushed toward it, barking orders at her assistants. "Initiate containment protocol Gamma. Stabilize Tank 3. The chaos provided the opening Jake needed. With practiced subtlety, he slipped the neural interface patch from beneath his sleeve and pressed it behind his ear. A sharp tingling sensation radiated across his scalp as the device activated, syncing with his nervous system. He kept his fingers moving across the terminal's genetic sequencing interface while his mind navigated the digital arc doctor. Exer now projected across his vision. Marcus's final gift, a backdoor into the ship's systems, appeared as glowing pathways superimposed over his normal sight. Dr. Reed shuffled closer, his frail body positioned to block the security cameras. The elderly scientist's hands trembled as he adjusted environmental controls on a nearby panel. "Power fluctuation in Section 4B initiated," Reed whispered. "You have approximately 40 seconds. He glanced at the nearest embryo tank. "Tank 4 is already showing cellular degradation, just as I predicted." Jake nodded slightly, fingers dancing across his terminal while his mind traced digital connections through the neural interface. Marcus had mapped the system brilliantly. 3 critical access points materialized in Jake's augmented vision: shipwide announcements, fleet communications, and the restrict doctor. Research database. A crash from across the chamber pulled several guards' attention away. Alina lay on the floor, her body convulsing in an apparently severe seizure. Dr. Vrexel rushed to her side, kneeling to check her vital signs. "The human requires immediate medical intervention," the Trachian physician announced, his wings vibrating with evident concern. Korla observed from her elevated station with clinical detachment. "Stabilize her. We need her expertise." Jake seized the momentary distraction to execute his access sequence. The security protocols parted before Marcus's subroutine without difficulty. In seconds, he gained control of all 3 systems. First, he uploaded the complete historical dataset, centuries of evidence showing how artificial selection had created the diminishing, along with mathematical models projecting extinction for all 7 hegemony species if they continued their current genetic path. The data package distributed to every research terminal across the fleet, bypassing the usual clearance protocols. Next, DRKE activated the shipwide announcement system. His voice echoed through every corridor, chamber, and habitat pod throughout the massive vessel. "Attention all personnel. This is Dr. Jake Wilson. What you're about to hear contradicts everything your leadership has told you about humans and about your own origins." Jake saw Thrace's head snap up, mandibles flaring in alarm. The commander lunged toward him, but was knocked off balance by another impact against the ship's hull. Humans and the hegemony share a common evolutionary origin, Jake continued. We are all descendants of the shapers, the beings you've worshipped, as creators were actually proto-humans who left Earth 300,000 years ago. The genetic evidence is being transmitted to all scientific stations now. Across the chamber, technicians stared at their monitors in shock as centuries of carefully constructed historical narratives crumbled before conclusive genetic evidence. The diminishing isn't a disease, Jake said. It's your body's natural attempt to revert to baseline genetics after millennia of artificial selection. Harvesting humans will only delay your extinction without addressing the true cause. Corla slammed her withered fist against her console. Terminate this transmission immediately. Security override Alpha 79. Jake's fingers flew across his interface, countering her command codes. I've developed a genuine solution, a genetic restoration protocol that can reverse the diminishing over 3 generations without acquiring human genetic material. The complete documentation is being transmitted now. He uploaded the comprehensive restoration protocol, culmination of his work with Alina, Marcus, and Dr. Reed. The system highlighted successful transmission across all channels. The reaction was immediate. Throughout the chamber, junior scientists and technicians turned to their superiors with expressions ranging from confusion to outrage. Several younger Benzites began urgently discussing the implications, pointing at data streams now flowing across their monitors. This is sedition. Corla hissed. She turned to Thrace. Execute all human prisoners immediately. The integrity of the hegemony is at stake. Thrace's hand moved to his weapon, but he hesitated. Jake could see the conflict in the commander's ice military discipline warring with the implications of this revelation. Your own children show symptoms of the diminishing, don't they, Commander? Jake asked quietly. Worse with each generation. You know I'm telling the truth. The moment of hesitation proved critical. Dr. Vrexel rose from Alina's side and touched a sequence on his medical control pad. Heavy blast doors slid shut across the chamber's entrances with a definitive thud. Medical override protocol engaged, the Trachian announced. This chamber is now sealed under quarantine procedures. What are you doing? Corla demanded. Vrexel's wings vibrated rapidly, a sign of intense emotion among his species. My people can barely reproduce anymore. Out of every 100 eggs, only 3 hatch. Of those, only 1 survives to adulthood. He gestured toward Jake. If there's even a possibility his solution works, we have an obligation to investigate. The tense standoff escalated as other hegemony scientists began taking sides. Rhea positioned herself between the armed guards and the human researcher doctor. Further violence against them destroys any hope of implementing this solution, she declared. Several younger Benzite scientists moved to Doctor with her, forming a protective barrier around Jake, Alina, and Dr. Reed. Jake's neural interface suddenly pulsed with an incoming communication. A voice, unfamiliar but distinctly human, spoke directly into his mind. Dr. Wilson, this is Captain Li Zhao of the UES Prometheus. Do you read me? I read you, Captain, Jake subvocalized, knowing the neural interface would transmit his thoughts. We've launched coordinated strikes against 7 hegemony research facilities across this sector, Zhao explained. But we can't maintain tactical advantage for more than 12 hours before their reinforcements arrive. What's your status? Jake quickly assessed the situation in the Genesis chamber. We're at a standoff. I've broadcast the truth about their genetic condition and our shared origins. Some are listening, others aren't. Military solution isn't viable long-term. Understood. Maintain your position. We'll continue external pressure to support your efforts. As their communication ended, Jake noticed Corla moving toward the central control station. Her withered fingers accessed a hidden command sequence. Emergency protocol initiated. announced the automated system. Research purge commencing in 60 seconds. Embryonic material will be destroyed. No. Jake rushed to the nearest terminal. Through his neural interface, he could see the purge sequence activating a digital countdown overlaid on his vision. Corla was attempting to destroy all evidence rather than lose control of the hegemony's genetic future. Rhea physically grabbed the grand geneticist, pulling her away from the console. "What are you doing? These embryos represent our species' future. Better extinction than subservience to human genetics," Corla snarled. Jake's fingers flew across his terminal, racing against the purge countdown. The neural interface highlighted possible countercommands, but each attempt met security barriers he couldn't breach. 40 seconds to purge, announced the system. Jake switched tactics, focusing on Tank 7, the one containing the developed embryos. He transferred his genetic restoration protocol directly into the tank's environmental controls. If he couldn't save all the research, he could at least prove his solution worked. 30 seconds to purge. Dr. Reed joined him, his aged hands moving with surprising dexterity across a secondary terminal. "Try bypassing the central authorization through the environmental subsystems," he suggested. Jake nodded, seeing the pathway through his neural interface. He rerouted command access, exploiting a vulnerability in the safety protocols. While the main systems focused on the purge countdown, he slipped beneath their defenses. 20 seconds to purge. The embryonic control systems displayed on his screen. Jake quickly accessed Tank 7's genomic manipulation controls and input the first phase of his restoration protocol. The tank's bioluminescence shifted from blue to a pulsing green as the system accepted his commands. 15 seconds to purge. He couldn't stop the countdown completely, but perhaps he could save enough to matter. Jake projected the genetic results onto the main view screen, magnifying the cellular structures of the embryos in Tank 7. "Look," he shouted to everyone in the chamber. "The protocol is already working. The telomeric degradation is reversing." Scientists from both factions turned toward the display, professional curiosity momentarily overriding political divisions. The evidence was undeniable cellular regeneration occurring in real time before their eyes. 10 seconds to purge. Thrace suddenly stepped forward, weapon drawn. For a heart-stopping moment, Jake thought the commander would kill him. Instead, Thrace turned and fired 3 precise shots into Corla's control console. Sparks erupted from the damaged panel as its screens went dark. "Emergency purge aborted," announced the system. "Manual override accepted." The chamber fell silent except for the distant sounds of combat elsewhere in the ship. Thrace holstered his weapon and faced the assembled scientists. "I've served the hegemony for 6 to 3 cycles," he said, his voice resonating in the suddenly quiet chamber. "In that time, I've watched our species weaken with each generation. If there's a chance to reverse the diminishing without further bloodshed." He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. The implication hung in the air as the standoff entered a new, uncertain phase. The embryos in Tank 7 continued their accelerated development, their cellular structures visibly strengthening under the influence of Jake's protocol. Beyond the sealed doors of the Genesis chamber, the battle for the evolutionary apex and, potentially, the future relationship between humans and the hegemon raged on. Jake's fingers continued to fly across the terminal as the countdown reached 5 seconds. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his neural interface highlighted critical access pathways through the embryonic control systems. 3 seconds to purge. With a final command sequence, Jake executed an emergency isolation protocol, severing the embryonic tanks from the main system. The terminal flashed red, then green. Purge sequence aborted. Embryonic subsystems isolated from primary network. Jake exhaled sharply, his shoulders dropping slightly as the immediate crisis passed. Through his neural interface, he confirmed that not only had he prevented the destruction of the embryos, but he'd also erected security barriers to prevent further sabotage attempts. The ship shuddered violently, emergency lighting flickering throughout the Genesis chamber as another impact rocked the evolutionary apex. The distinctive hum of human particle weapons echoed through the hull. "It worked," Alina said, moving to Jake's side and examining the readouts. "Tank 7 is showing remarkable cellular stabilization. The telomeric regeneration is proceeding faster than projected." Commander Thrace surveyed the chaotic chamber. Junior officers and scientists huddled around terminals, their attention divided between the unfolding genetic revelation and emergency alerts flooding their communication systems. Video feeds showed similar scenes playing out across the ship as Jake's broadcast reached more personnel. "Commander," a young Voridian officer called out, "we're receiving urgent requests for verification from 17 different research sections. They want confirmation about the humans' claims." Thrace's mandibles twitched as he made his decision. He strode toward Korla, who still struggled against Rhea's grip. "Grand Geneticist Korla, you are relieved of duty and confined to a security cell pending investigation of crimes against the hegemony." Thrace signaled to 2 guards. "Escort her to detention block 4. "This is treason," Korla hissed as the guards secured her arms. "The human lies contaminate your mind, Commander. Our species' purity is dying," Thrace interrupted. "My son Krell can barely stand upright. His skeletal structure deteriorates day-lithe 15th generation of my family to serve, and likely the last. Your purity will be our extinction." The chamber fell silent as Thrace faced the assembled hegemony personnel. "My primary duty is to ensure species S doctor, evil, not maintain political hierarchies. We will evaluate this human solution based on evidence, not ideology." As Korla was escorted away, Jake's neural interface pulsed with an incoming transmission, stronger and clearer than before. "Dr. Wilson, Captain Li Zhao, we've established a more stable connection through your neural interface." The captain's voice came through with remarkable clarity. "Status update. We've secured 3 primary docking bays and are extracting humans from detention areas. However, hegemony reinforcements will arrive in approximately 10 hours. Complete evacuation is impossible." "What's the plan?" Jake subvocalized. Doctor, Unified Defense Council has authorized conditional terms. We'll share genetic expertise voluntarily if the hegemony immediately ceases forced experimentation and releases all human Dr. Tives." Before Jake could respond, a crash drew his attention. Dr. Reed had collapsed beside Tank 7, his frail body crumpling to the floor. Jake and Alina rushed to the elderly scientist's side. "Reed." Jake knelt beside him, checking vital signs. "Get Dr. Vrexel over here now." Reed's breathing came in shallow gasps. Years of tissue extraction had taken their toll, his body failing after decades of exploitation. "The protocol," Reed whispered, grasping Jake's hand with surprising strength. "Doctor's working. Initial results. Promising." His eyes focused intensely on Jake. "My research notes, my daughter on Earth. She thinks I died 3 years ago. Research accident. Please, Jake, tell her the truth." "I promise," Jake said, squeezing the old man's hand as Dr. Vrexel arrived to administer emergency care. Across the chamber, Rhea took command of the Benzite contingent with remarkable authority. "Implement the human protocol across all viable embryo samples," she ordered. Priority sequence starting with tanks 2, 8, and 15. A younger Benzite scientist hesitated. "Grand Geneticist Korla's orders no longer apply," Rhea cut him off. "My sister's children were born with spinal deformities so severe they couldn't breathe without assistance. Did you know that?" "No, you didn't, because Korla ordered that information suppressed." Her voice hardened. "How many more generations will we sacrifice to preserve a lie?" The scientists exchanged glances, then moved to their stations, initiating the protocol implementation. Alina joined Jake at the primary research terminal, her seizure ruse abandoned now that they had control of the chamber. Together, they refined the restoration protocol, incorporating Reed's observations. "Jake, look at this." Alina highlighted a section of the genetic sequence. "These non-coding sequences hegemony scientists dismiss them as junk DNA, but they're essential regulatory elements." Jake examined the data. "They've been damaged during the artificial selection process." "Exactly." Alina's fingers danced across the interface. "If we restore these elements, we could accelerate recovery from the diminishing within a single generation rather than 3. Through the ship's monitoring systems, Jake observed Captain Lee's forces throughout the evolutionary apex. The human military moved with surgical precision, targeting detention areas and research facilities while avoiding civilian sections. No indiscriminate destruction, no collateral damage, a stark contrast to standard hegemony tactics. Commander Thrace watched the same feeds, his expression unreadable but his attention fixed on the human operational approach. The Genesis chamber doors slid open, admitting a group of Juni Doctor officers representing all 7 hegemony species. Their uniforms displayed different divisions and ship assignments, but they moved with shared purpose. "We received the human broadcast," announced a young Trachian officer. "We demand to see evidence of these claims firsthand." Dr. Vrexel stepped forward. "I will provide complete access to the historical records." He gestured to Rhea. "And our science division can demonstrate the preliminary results from the embryonic treatments." As the delegation spread throughout the chamber, examining data and transmitting confirmations to their units, Jake's neural interface suddenly flashed a critical alert. His stomach dropped as the message decoded in his mind. The evolutionary apex's core was experiencing a massive energy buildup. "Captain Lee," Jake called through the interface. "Are you seeing this?" "Affirmative," Lee responded grimly. "Senior hegemony officials have initiated the ship's self-destruct sequence. They're choosing to destroy everything rather than allow your solution to spread." Commander Thrace pressed his communication device to his auditory organ, receiving confirmation through military channels. His posture stiffened. "The sequence requires 3 command authorizations," Thrace announced to the chamber. 2 have been confirmed. The 3rd must come from this chamber's security hubme jurisdiction. Jake watched Thrace process this impossible choice, follow orders that would preserve the hegemony power structure but doom his species, or commit the ultimate treason by preserving the human solution. "Commander," Jake stepped forward, "I propose a joint operation. Captain Lee's forces can secure evacuation routes for your civilians and scientists willing to implement the protocol. Your forces can disable the self-destruct mechanism. We save lives on both sides and preserve the research." Thrace's response was interrupted by a priority alert sounding throughout the chamber. The 3rd command center had transmitted its authorization. "Self-destruct sequence initiated," announced the ship's automated system. "Complete detonation in 15 minutes. Jake locked eyes with Thrace as the countdown began, the fate of both their peoples hanging in the balance. "Take me to the historical archives," Jake said urgently. "Right now, while we still have time." Thrace hesitated only a moment before nodding. "This way." They rushed through a side entrance, racing against the countdown that would end everything they discovered. Jake and Thrace sprinted through the corridors, the self-destruct announcement echoing through the ship's intercom system. 13 minutes until total vessel destruction. All personnel proceed to evacuation points. Their footsteps pounded against the metal flooring as they navigated through increasingly crowded passageways. Panicked civilians, Benzites, Voridians, Trachians, and members of the other hegemony species pushed toward escape pods and transport vessels, their voices rising in 7 distinct languages. "We need to get to the ancestral archives," Jake said, his neural interface pulsing with incoming data as Captain Lee's forces secured strategic positions throughout the ship. If the apex is destroyed, we lose everything, not just the embryos, but 300 millennia of genetic history. Thrace nodded grimly, tapping his communication device. Lieutenant Marvex, assemble Doctor, Reich Team Valoran, and meet me at Junction T-17. We're heading to engineering to disable the self-destruct. Jake activated his interface, connecting to Alina. Alina, find Rhea and meet me at the archives. We need her security clearance. Already on it, Alina responded. Rhea's with me. Dr. Reed collapsed again. Medical team is moving him to evacuation. They reached an intersection where the corridor split. Thrace gestured toward the maintenance access panel. Engineering is this way. The archives are 2 levels down, section 47A. This corridor leads to the central lift. Commander, Jake said, pausing at the junction. If you can't stop the countdown, I'll stop it, Thrace replied, his mandibles set in a determined configuration. My people won't die because of political dogma. They parted ways, each racing against the merciless countdown. Jake forced his way through the crowded main corridor, the ship's gravity fluctuating slightly as power systems began rerouting to critical functions. The neural interface flashed updates across his field of vision. Captain Lee had secured docking Bay 4, and evacuation was underway, but Corla had escaped custody during the chaos. Jake reached the central lift only to find it inactive, emergency power protocols having shut down non-essential systems. He located an emergency ladder access and began descending, the metal rungs cool beneath his palms. 2 levels down, he emerged into a less crowded section. Most civilians had been TED away from the research sections during evacuation, leaving these corridors relatively clear. As he rounded a corner, he spotted Alina and Rhea hurrying toward him from an adjacent passageway. Jake, Alina called out. The embryonic samples are being loaded onto specialized transport vessels. Dr. Reed insisted on going with them, despite his condition. Rhea's normally blue-tinged skin had paled to a light azure. The archives require gamoval clearance. I can access the outer chambers, but the core vault will need additional protocols. They reached the entrance to the ancestral archivess, a massive circular door embedded in the bulkhead, adorned with ancient hegemony script and biometric scanners. Rhea placed her palm against the primary scanner, then leaned forward for retinal verification. Access granted. Senior Geneticist Rhea, announced the system. Warning, emergency protocols in effect. Archive access restricted. Override, Scientific Emergency Protocol Theta-9, Rhea responded, her voice steady despite the stress evident in her posture. Genetic Preservation Directive. The massive door slid open with a pneumatic hiss, revealing an antechamber filled with monitoring equipment and data terminals. Rhea moved immediately to the main console, her fingers flying across the interface. 9 minutes to complete vessel destruction, announced the ship's system. Jake connected his neural interface to the archives system, wincing at the sudden flood of information. The data storage is massive. We need to prioritize what we download. Alina unpacked portable data storage modules from her pack. I've reconfigured these to handle compressed genetic sequencing. We should be able to fit the core templates and your restoration protocol. Rhea worked through multiple security layers, each requiring different verification methods. The inner vault was designed to survive even catastrophic ship damage. The founders believed nothing was more precious than our genetic heritage. The inner vault door finally opened, revealing a circular chamber that took Jake's breath away. 7 concentric rings of crystalline storage pillars, each glowing with a different colored light, surrounded a central pedestal. The pillars contained thousands of DNA storage crystals, arranged in precise patterns. These aren't just genetic templates, Jake said in awe as his neural interface began scanning the data architecture. These are complete historical records. The Shapersthi were human researchers. Alina moved to his side, connecting her data modules to the central pedestal. What do you mean? Jake's mind raced as information flooded through his neural interface. The Shapers didn't just leave Earth. They were sent to liberate Lido, preserve human genetic diversity across multiple star systems, insurance against extinction. Rhea moved between the crystal pillars, her expression shifting from concentration to shock. These records indicate the hegemony species were engineered to eventually reconnect with humanity. We were never meant to evolve separately. An alarm blared from the outer chamber. Alina checked the security feed. We've got company. Corla's leading a security team this way. Jake accessed the ship's internal security systems through his neural interface, triggering emergency bulkhead closures in the corridors leading to the archives. That won't hold them long. How's the download coming? 32% complete, Alina replied. We need at least another 6 minutes for the core data. Self-destruct in 8 minutes, the ship system announced. Meanwhile, Commander Thrace and his strike team moved through maintenance shafts toward engineering, encountering increasingly heavy resistance from Loyalist security forces. Plasma fire erupted at a junction, forcing them to take cover behind conduit housings. They're blocking access to the primary engineering section, Lieutenant Marvex reported, ducking as energy bolts struck the wall above him. We need to push through. Thrace signaled his team to deploy sonic disruptors, non-lethal weapons designed to incapacitate rather than kill. These are our people, misguided as they may be, set to stun only. As the disruptors activated, filling the corridor with debilitating sound waves, Thrace led the charge forward. Most Loyalist guards collapsed, clutching their auditory organs, but one officer managed to fire a plasma burst directly at Thrace. Lieutenant Marvex shoved his commander aside, taking the full impact of the shot. He crumpled to the deck, his chest armor melted through. Marvex. Thrace knelt beside his second-in-command, but the lieutenant's eyes had already glazed over. There was no time to mourn. The countdown continued relentlessly. Secure this section, Thrace ordered his remaining team members. I'll proceed to the primary control. Thrace reached the engineering section to find the self-destruct mechanism quantum link controller connected to the ship's power core. He input his command codes, but the system flashed a denial. Additional security measures detected, the system reported. 3 physical override keys required for deactivation. The display showed the locations of the 3 authorization stations shown in the reactor monitoring room, 1 in the secondary command center, and the 3rd in the high command center, where the most senior officers would be barricaded. Team Alpha, reactor monitoring room. Team Beta, secondary command. I'll take high command, Thrace ordered. We have 7 minutes to save our species. Back in the ancestral archives, Rhea made a disturbing discovery as she examined historical records. This can't be true, she whispered, her hands trembling. Our leadership have known about the Shaper connection for generations. They suppressed this knowledge deliberately. Jake joined her, scanning the records through his interface. Genetic diversity was always the design. The diminishing isn't just a biological failure, it's the direct result of your leadership's manipulation. A massive impact shook the archives as Corla's forces began cutting through the sealed bulkheads. Alina checked the download progress. 68% complete. Self-destruct in 6 minutes, announced the ship. Jake stared at the progress bar, then at the vast repository of genetic information surrounding them. The devastating truth hit him: he couldn't save it all. Not in time. We have to choose, he said, the weight of the decision crushing down on him. The restoration protocols for the current generations, or the original Shaper templates, untainted genetic heritage of all 8 species, including humans. Alina looked up from her console, her expression grave. This choice will define the relationship between our species for generations to come. Another explosion rocked the chamber as Corla's forces breached the outer bulkhead. The countdown continued, merciless and unchanging, as Jake faced the impossible choice. Jake looked at the progress bar. 74% completing. Made his decision. Neither, he said, fingers flying across the interface. We're taking both. Alina's head snapped up. That's impossible. The storage capacity, not all of it, Jake clarified, neural interface pulsing as he initiated a complex compression algorithm. The essential components from each will create a hybrid package. The interface flooded his vision with cascading data streams as he identified critical segments. He selected the therapeutic sequences necessary for treating immediate diminishing symptoms while preserving the fundamental shaper genetic markers that established humanity's ancestral connection to the hegemony species. The compression ratio won't be perfect, he explained, but it ensures both immediate survival and long-term reconciliation. Neither dataset will be complete, but both will be functional. 5 minutes to complete vessel destruction, announced the ship. Another explosion rocked the chamber as Corliss forces cut deeper through the outer bulkhead. Alina connected additional data crystals to the central pedestal. I'll create redundant copies, she said, her movements precise despite the chaos. The ship systems are becoming unstable. You need backups. Rhea moved to a secondary console, downloading specialized research files. She grabbed a reinforced containment unit from beneath the terminal and opened it, revealing rows of tissue samples. These are essential, she said, carefully securing the unit. Physical specimens displaying the earliest stages of successful genetic restoration in hegemony tissue. The digital records are valuable, but these samples contain critical epigenetic markers the scans couldn't fully capture. She looked up at Jake, her blue skin highlighted by the flashing emergency lights. I'm coming with you. My knowledge of benzoate genetics will be essential for implementing the protocol. Self-destruct in 4 minutes. Jake's neural interface flashed a security alert. Corliss forces had breached the outer perimeter of the archives. He activated the emergency protocols Marcus had incorporated into the interface design. Initiating shipwide broadcast, he announced. Every terminal on the evolutionary apex will receive this data. Even if we don't make it, the information will reach some evacuation vessels. The interface confirmed transmission across all hegemony communication frequencies. The evidence of shared shaper origins now spread through the ship like wildfire, impossible to contain. 3 minutes to complete vessel destruction. The countdown suddenly faltered, then reset. Self-destruct protocol modified. 18 minutes to complete vessel destruction. Alina looked up from her console. What happened? Jake's interface received an incoming transmission. Commander Thrace, his mandibles tight with strain, appeared in Jake's visual field. I couldn't deactivate it completely, Thrace said, blood from a head wound dripping down his exoskeletal plating. But I've bought us 15 additional minutes. Get to evacuation immediately. The transmission cut off as another explosion shook the archive chamber. The inner door buckled inward. Download complete, Alina announced, securing the multiple data crystals in specialized containers and distributing them among the 3 of them. Let's move. They exited through an auxiliary access panel as the main door finally gave way. Jake glimpsed Corliss forces pouring into the chamber before Rhea sealed the panel behind them. The evacuation corridors were Hispanic civilians from all 7 hegemony species pushed toward escape routes. Jake spotted a group particularly affected by the diminishing children with visible growth anomalies supported by desperate parents. This way, Jake called out to them, gesturing toward an alternate corridor. We have transport at docking bay 4. A benzoate male hesitated, clutching his daughter protectively. Why would humans help us? Rhea stepped forward, her scientific authority evident in her posture. The genetic restoration protocol requires participants from all 7 species. Their shuttle has medical facilities prepared to treat diminishing symptoms. The families exchanged uncertain glances before a Trachian female with advanced cranial degradation nodded. "We'll come." Their expanded group navigated through less crowded maintenance corridors. Jake's interface connected to Captain Lee's Seku Doctor Y network, guiding them around blocked passages and security checkpoints. "Jake," Alina said suddenly, pointing to a nearby status display. "Look at this." The screen showed the embryonic storage vessel safely docked with an adjacent medical transport. The shipwide bulletin displayed a solemn announcement. Dr. Samuel Reed had suffered fatal cardiac failure after completing the embryonic transfer protocols. His final message scrolled across the screen: instructions for implementation and a personal message to his daughter on Earth. Alina pressed her hand against the screen momentarily, then straightened her shoulders. He completed his mission. 15 minutes to complete vessel destruction. As they approached the main junction leading to Docking Bay 4, plasma fire erupted from an adjacent corridor. Major Santos and his remaining squad members had established a defensive position, exchanging fire with Corla's loyalist forces. "Get down," Santos shouted, motioning them toward a secured corridor. "We'll cover your approach." Jake noticed Santos clutching his side, blood seeping between his fingers. 2 Viridian security officers had joined the human defensive line, their distinctive carapaces making them easy to identify among the human troops. "Go," Santos ordered as Jake paused. "The data is more important than any one of us." Jake led the civilians through the secured corridor, hearing the continued exchange of weapons fire behind them. His interface mapped their final approach to Docking Bay 4, where Captain Lee's vessel waited. The docking bay was a scene of organized chaos. Human crew members directed the flow of evacuees, while security teams maintained perimeter defense. The UES Prometheus dominated the bay. Its loading ramps extended to receive the final groups of refugees. Captain Lee stood at the primary access point, coordinating the evacuation. Her expression remained neutral when she spotted Jake's group approaching with the hegemony civilians, but her eyes narrowed slightly at the number of additional evacuees. "We're at maximum capacity," she said quietly as Jake reached her. "Emergency protocols dictate. These families represent all 7 hegemony species," Jake interrupted. "Each one is essential for the genetic restoration program." Lee surveyed the group, noting the visible diminishing symptoms in many of the children. Without another word, she activated her comm unit. "Engineering, reconfigure life support systems for additional capacity. Convert crew quarters section C through F to emergency housing." She turned to her security chief. "Get them aboard. Priority medical assessment in cargo hold 3. 12 minutes to complete vessel destruction." Jake's neural interface lit up with an incoming transmission as they boarded the Prometheus. Commander Thrace appeared again, his image now distorted by interference. "The hegemony battlecruiser Inexorable Truth is on direct intercept course with the evacuation vessels," Thrace reported. "I'm transmitting classified Viridian military codes that will allow you to bypass their automated defense systems." Jake received the data package, forwarding it immediately to the ship's communications officer. "I cannot leave the Apex," Thrace continued. "My command codes are necessary to maintain the extended countdown and ensure remaining escape pods launch successfully." He paused, mandibles tightening. "If you encounter my son Krell, tell him I acted with honor." The transmission included coordinates a secure facility on the Viridian homeworld where Krell was being held. "I will," Jake promised as the transmission degraded. The Prometheus detached from the evolutionary apex, leading a convoy of 17 vessels containing the mixed evacuation groups. From the observation viewport, Jake watched as smaller escape pods continued launching from the massive hegemony flagship. Alina coordinated with the medical team in cargo hold 3, setting up treatment stations for the most severe diminishing cases. Rhea moved between the affected families, collecting genetic samples and initializing preliminary treatments based on the protocols from the Genesis chamber. 7 minutes until we clear the detonation radius, announced the Prometheus's pilot. Evasive maneuvers continuing. Hegemony battlecruiser approaching from Vector 937. Jake joined Captain Lee on the bridge, implementing Thrace's military codes into the convoy's identification beacons. These should prevent automated targeting systems from locking onto our vessels. The massive form of the evolutionary apex grew smaller in their rear viewports. A final transmission broke through on all frequencies. Commander Thrace, broadcasting from the apex's command center. To all hegemony vessels, the genetic evidence is authentic. The High Command has deceived us for generations. Our future depends on cooperation, not conflict. The transmission cut off as the evolutionary apex detonated in a blinding flash, the shockwave temporarily disrupting communications throughout the sector. When systems restored, an unexpected communication came through from the approaching battlecruiser. Evacuation vessels, this is Admiral Selara of the Inexorable Truth, announced a female Trachian voice. We request verification of the genetic data transmitted from the evolutionary apex. Captain Lee looked at Jake, her expression questioning. Multiple hegemony vessels have received your broadcast, Admiral Selara continued. Provide confirmation of the Shaper Origins data. Jake stepped forward, activating the communication system. Behind him, Alina and Rhea entered the bridge, carrying data crystals containing their compressed genetic archivist foundation for what would come next. Jake activated his neural interface, compressing the genetic data into a secure transmission package. Transmitting confirmation now, Admiral Selara, he said, nodding to Captain Lee, who authorized the channel. The bridge crew observed the main view screen as the compressed data flowed to the Inexorable Truth. Minutes later, Admiral Selara's image reappeared, her scaled Trachian features rigid with concentration. Data verification complete, she announced. Your evidence corroborates internal research our scientists attempted to publish before being silenced by High Command. She paused, mandibles clicking once. We will escort your convoy to safety. The tension on the bridge eased marginally. Captain Lee stepped forward. Admiral, we have wounded civilians and critical research. We request passage to neutral territory. Agreed. Follow our navigation beacon. We will establish secure communications in 12 hours. The transmission ended and Captain Lee turned to her navigation officer. Follow at safe distance. Maintain alert status. 12 days later, the evacuation convoy settled into stable orbit around an uninhabited gas giant in system HC-294. The massive planet's extensive radiation belt provided natural sensor interference against long-range detection. Jake stood in what had once been Cargo Bay 3 of the UES Prometheus. The space had been transformed into a functioning research facility, with equipment salvaged from the evacuation and supplemented by supplies from other vessels in the convoy. Cellular reconstruction is progressing in all 7 test subjects, Alina reported, manipulating a holographic display showing microscopic imaging of tissue samples. Rhea MDRD between treatment pods where 20 volunteers lay connected to medical systems. A young Moraki female named Shelissa occupied the nearest pod, her respiratory gills visibly inflamed from advanced diminishing symptoms. Administering sequence 42B, Rhea announced, inputting commands into Dr. Pod's control system. Dr. Yuri Petrov, the Prometheus's chief medical officer, monitored vital signs from the central station. The stocky Russian physician had initially expressed skepticism about treating alien physiology but had adapted quickly to the emergency. Respiratory function improving in subjects 3 and 7, Dr. Petrov noted. Tissue oxygenation up 12%. Jake accessed the treatment data through his neural interface. The compression algorithm he'd used to preserve the genetic data had maintained essential therapeutic sequences, but implementing them required continuous doctor adjustment. "The stabilizers are working," Jake observed, "but we need to modify the delivery mechanism for the lithoid subjects. Their crystalline cellular structure requires different binding proteins." Elena approached with a data crystal containing the latest analysis. "The embryonic samples are showing remarkable stability. Whatever Dr. Reed did before the evacuation, it worked. They're developing normally without any diminishing symptoms." Captain Lee entered the converted cargo bay, accompanied by 2 security officers. Her uniform remained impeccable despite the days of crisis management. "Status report," she requested. Jake gestured toward the treatment pods. 27 volunteers are receiving the first-generation stabilizers. Initial results are promising, particularly in the Moraki and Trachean subjects. "The ancestral rite maintains position at the system's edge," Captain Lee informed them. "Admiral Selara requests a meeting." 3 days later, Jake stood in the Prometheus's conference room as the delegation from the Hegemony battlecruiser Ancestral Rite arrived. 12 representative SS scientists and physician from each Hegemony species were escorted by security to the meeting. Science Director Telvin, a male lithoid whose crystalline exoskeleton refracted the overhead lighting, stepped forward. "The genetic evidence has fractured the Hegemony fleet," he stated without preamble. "Nearly 40% of our vessels have broken from Central Command." Captain Lee maintained a neutral expression. "And your ship's position?" "Admiral Selara has established a protective perimeter around this system," Telvin explained. 17 cruisers and 22 support vessels now form a buffer zone between your convoy and the Loyalist forces. Jake exchanged glances with Elena. This development exceeded their most optimistic projections. "Why?" Captain Lee asked directly. A female Krevlak physician stepped forward. "Because your transmission contained truth that cannot be denied. Our history has been manipulated for generations." "We've established a research facility," Jake said. "The initial treatments show promise, but we've encountered complications with immune resistance." Telvin's crystalline features shifted. "We anticipated this. Our physicians have observed similar resistance patterns in previous attempts to address the diminishing. We need to work together," Jake proposed. "Each species has unique genetic characteristics that interact differently with the stabilizers." Captain Lee raised a hand. "Before we proceed, I need assurances about security." Telvin produced a data crystal. "Admiral Selara authorized me to share this as a demonstration of good faith." The conference room display activated, showing tactical data on Loyalist Hegemony fleet movements. "Grand High Commander Zorthan has declared all defectors traitors," Telvin explained. "He claims humans have used mind control technology to subvert Hegemony personnel." "That's absurd," Elena said. "But effective propaganda for those unwilling to accept the truth," Telvin replied. "There's more. We've confirmed the location where Commander Thrace's son is being held." The display showed a heavily fortified facility on a rocky world, a medical research center on Voridus Prime. Hundreds of offspring showing advanced diminishing symptoms are subjected to experimental treatments there. Jake studied the facility layout. "Those children need the stabilizers we're developing. We propose collaboration," Telvin said. "A joint research initiative using expertise FRODRLL our species. The Shapers created us as branches of the same evolutionary tree. It's time we acknowledged this connection." Captain Lee considered this proposal. "Lieutenant Porter," she called to a security officer at the door, "assemble a security team to oversee all joint research activities." The officer nodded, his features reminding Jake of Dr. Marcus Porter, who had sacrificed himself on the evolutionary apex. The family resemblance was unmistakable. "Marcus Porter's brother," Jake asked. "Qui doctor, why?" Captain Lee nodded. "Lieutenant James Porter. He requested this assignment specifically. In the days that followed, the joint research team made rapid progress. Jake worked alongside hegemony scientists, combining their specialized knowledge with the genetic data recovered from the archives. On the fourth day of Collaborati Doctor, a Krevlak scientist named Dr. Kazanti burst into the main laboratory. "I found it," she announced, her multifaceted eyes gleaming with excitement. "A master regulatory element in the Shaper templates." Jake accessed the sequence through his neural interface. This controls thousands of genes related to developmental stability. "It's present in all our species," Dr. Kazanti continued, "but dormant in hegemony physiology." Alina examined the data. "If we could activate this sequence using a modified version of our protocol, it could bypass the immune resistance entirely," Jake concluded. They worked through the night, synthesizing a new treatment based on the discovery. By morning, they were ready for the first test. A male Trachian officer suffering from complete wing atrophy volunteered. The treatment was administered under careful supervision, and within 24 hours, the results were unmistakable. His wing membranes began regenerating, regaining limited flight capability after 5 years of being grounded. The news spread quickly through the defector fleet, creating both hope and new pressure on Admiral Selara, who requested an urgent meeting with Captain Lee. "My officers have families still living under Loyalist control," the Admiral explained. "Children suffering from severe diminishing who need this treatment." She activated a tactical display showing the facility on Voridus Prime. "I formally request a joint operation to extract these children and secure the genetic records stored there." Captain Lee studied the fortified complex. "This would risk open conflict with Loyalist forces." "That risk already exists," Admiral Selara countered. "Be doctor now, we have something worth fighting for, a future for all our offspring." Jake collapsed 3 days later, his body finally surrendering to exhaustion after weeks of continuous work. He awoke in the medical bay with Alina at his side. "How long?" he asked, his voice hoarse. 18 hours, she replied. "Your neural interface was still active even while you were unconscious. Dr. Petrov had to disable it manually." Jake attempted to sit up, but Alina gently pressed him back. "Rhea is continuing the work. We've made another discovery while you were recovering." She activated a display showing genetic sequences. "Your Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA samples contain regulatory elements the Shapers deliberately incorporated into certain hegemony species, particularly the Voridians and Trachians. That explains why they're responding most rapidly to the treatment," Jake realized. The medical bay door opened as Captain Lee entered with Admiral Selara and Lieutenant Porter. "We're planning the rescue operation," Captain Lee announced. "We need your input on which genetic materials should be prioritized." Jake nodded, forcing himself to focus despite his exhaustion. "When do we leave for Voridus Prime?" "As soon as you're cleared by medical," Captain Lee replied. "The mission briefing begins in 6 hours." Admiral Selara stepped forward. "Commander Thrace gave his life to save our future. I intend to honor his sacrifice by rescuing his son." Jake met the Admiral's gaze. "We'll need a specialized team to identify and secure the genetic research data. The facility likely contains records that could accelerate our restoration program." Lieutenant Porter activated a tactical display. "Security teams are prepping extraction protocols now." Jake studied the facility schematics, noting potential access points and security systems. The mission would be dangerous, but the potential reward saving innocent children and securing crucial genetic data justified the risks. "I'll be ready," Jake promised DRD, already planning the equipment they would need. The survival of both civilizations might depend on what they found on Voridus Prime. "I'll be ready," Jake promised, already planning the equipment they would need. The survival of both civilizations might depend on what they found on Voridus Prime. Jake reviewed the mission plan again while medical staff performed their final checks. Dr. Petrov frowned at the readings on his diagnostic tablet. "Your neural interface activity remains elevated despite the rest period," he said, adjusting the scanner. Dr. Sishin. "I'm noting this as a medical advisory against field deployment." Jake sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the medical bed. "Noted, doctor, but I'm still going." Captain Lee entered with a tall, broad-shouldered officer. "Commander Alexei Petrov will lead the tactical operation," she said, introducing the man. "He's my most experienced field officer." The commander nodded at Jake. "Dr. Reed's files indicate you have combat training from your archaeological expeditions. That will help, but stay close to my team." "I need to be there," Jake explained, standing to test his balance. "The genetic archives will contain thousands of samples. Only I can identify which materials are most valuable for the restoration protocol." Elena handed him a small case containing portable neural interface adapters. "I've configured these to help you sort through the archive data quickly. I'll continue refining the treatment here with the existing patients." "The ancestral rite has been prepped to appear as a loyalist vessel," Captain Lee informed them. "You depart in 6 hours." Aboard Admiral Selara's battlecruiser, Jake studied the modified treatment delivery systems. Rhea worked alongside him, her long fingers manipulating holographic molecular models with practiced ease. "Viridian security relies heavily on biometric verification," she explained. "Their systems are designed to detect specific pheromone signatures from authorized personnel." Jake adjusted the molecular configuration of a stabilizer compound. "Can you help us bypass those?" "I've provided the security team with synthetic pheromone compounds," she confirmed. "They should grant temporary access to lower security areas." The briefing room door slid open, admitting a lithoid figure whose CR Dr. Alan exoskeleton reflected the overhead lights in prismatic patterns. Admiral Selara introduced the newcomer. "This is Dr. Vexaler, former assistant director at the Voridas Prime facility. He defected after your broadcast reached their system." The lithoid scientist extended a crystalline appendage in greeting. "The evidence DRU presented was irrefutable. I could no longer participate in what we were doing." Dr. Vexaler activated the central display, revealing detailed schematics of the research center. The facility consists of 3 primary sections. "The juvenile ward is located here." He indicated a wing extending from the main structure. "Commander Thrace's son Krell is housed in Isolation Room 12. "What's his condition?" Jake asked. Dr. Vexaler's crystalline features shifted in what Jake had learned indicated distress in lithoid expressions. "Severe. Advanced skeletal malformation and respiratory complications." "But Thatter, not the worst of it." The scientist expanded the display to show laboratory sections. "The children aren't merely being treated for diminishing symptoms. They're subjects in experimental procedures designed to extract and concentrate their remaining viable genetic material." Jake stared at the medical apparatus displayed in the schematics. "You're harvesting them." "Grand High Commander Zorthan authorized these procedures personally," Dr. Vexaler continued. "Our classified projections show complete reproductive failure across all hegemony species within 50 years without intervention." Commander Petrov studied the facility layout. "We'll use a two-team approach. Team Alpha will access the genetic archives through these maintenance tunnels." He traced a path on the schematic. "Team Beta will create a diversion at the main entrance while simultaneously securing the juvenile ward." Admiral Selara nodded. "My Trachian forces will lead Team Beta, supplemented by defectors from all 7 hegemony species. Dr. Vexaler will accompany them to identify and stabilize the children. Jake would accompany Team Alpha with Commander Petrov and 6 human Special Forces operators. The maintenance tunnels offered the most direct route to the genetic archives housed deep beneath the facility. DRE 3-day journey to Voridas Prime passed in a blur of preparation. Jake worked continuously in the Ancestral Rites Medical Bay, adapting portable versions of the Enhanced Restoration Protocol for emergency treatment of the juvenile subjects. The trachean physiology requires higher concentrations of stabilizer compounds, he explained to the ship's medical officer, a female Krevlak doctor, Med Dr. Mithara. Their metabolic rate processes the compounds more rapidly. Dr. Mithara adjusted the formulation, and the Voridian juveniles, their respiratory systems are most vulnerable to the diminishing, Jake noted, programming the delivery parameters. We need to prioritize oxygenation enhancement during initial treatment. By the final day, Jake had prepared specialized treatment kits for each hegemony species represented among the facility's juvenile patients. Dr. Vexaler provided critical insights on the children's conditions based on facility records he had accessed before his defection. Krell Thrace shows the most advanced symptoms, the lithoid scientist reported. His father's genetic variant of the diminishing accelerated the progression. Jake completed the final calibrations on Krell's treatment module. This should stabilize him enough for transport. The full protocol can be administered once we return to the Prometheus. The ancestral rite slipped past Voridian defense perimeters using Admiral Celara's command codes, establishing stable orbit during the facility's night cycle. Jake suited up with Team Alpha in the battle cruiser's deployment bay, checked Doctor, his neural interface connections, and the specialized equipment cases. Commander Petrov distributed tactical communication devices to the team. Maintain comm silence unless absolutely necessary. We'll rendezvous with Team Beta at Extraction Point Charlie if separated. The deployment shuttle descended through cloud cover, landing at an abandoned waste management station 3 kilometers from the main facility. Team Alpha disembarked quickly, moving toward a rusted access hatch that Dr. Vexaler had identified as an entry point to the maintenance tunnels. Jake's neural interface displayed a 3-dimensional map of their route as Commander Petrov led them through the access hatch and into the dimly lit tunnel. Doctor. Stale air filled with metallic particles made breathing difficult despite their filtration masks. 2 kilometers into their approach, Team Alpha encountered their first obstacle, a security checkpoint that appeared recently upgraded. This wasn't in Vexaler's schematics, whispered Lieutenant Porter, examining the retinal scanner and motion detectors guarding the passage ahead. Jake accessed the security protocols through his neural interface. The system was upgraded 36 days ago. After Dr. Vexaler's defection, Commander Petrov signaled the team to fall back. Alternative route. Jake analyzed the facility's schematic. Water reclamation system. It runs parallel to these tunnels and connects to the lower-level access shaft here. He indicated a junction 50 meters back. The team backtracked to a heavy circular hatch embedded in the tunnel floor. Lieutenant Porter attached a magnetic bypass device to the electronic lock, and the hatch released with a soft hiss of pressurized air. The water reclamation tunnels extended below them, partially flooded with greenish liquid that emitted a pungent, mineral smell. Commander Petrov examined the liquid with a handheld analyzer. Heavy mineral content, but nothing immediately toxic, he reported, retrieving breathing apparatus from his pack. These weren't designed for underwater use. I'll need to modify them. Jake watched as Commander Petrov efficiently reconfigured the filtration systems on their breathing masks, redirecting airflow channels and sealing vulnerable components with a quick-setting polymer. 15 minutes maximum submersion, Commander Petrov instructed, distributing the modified equipment. The genetic sampling case are they waterproof. Jake secured his case with supplemental sealant from his kit. They are now. Team Alpha descended into the flooded tunnels, the greenish liquid rising to chest level as they navigated through the reclamation system. Their headlamps illuminated floating particles and occasional bubble streams from maintenance valves. The water's mineral content created resistance, slowing their progress as they pushed toward the genetic archives. After 20 minutes of difficult progress, they reached a maintenance shaft leading upward. Lieutenant Porter ascended first, confirming Doctor area was clear before signaling the others to follow. Jake's neural interface connected with the facility's information system as they emerged into a service corridor. Team Beta has initiated the diversion, he whispered, receiving the coded status update. They've triggered the containment alarm in the research wing. Commander Petrov nodded. Move out. Archives should be 2 levels down. The team proceeded through dimly lit service corridors, avoiding patrolling security through timing provided by Dr. Vexaler's access codes. Jake's neural interface guided them through the labyrinthine facility until they reached a massive reinforced door marked with hegemony warning symbols. Genetic archives, Jake translated. The largest collection of hegemony biological samples in existence. Lieutenant Porter bypassed the security system using Rhea's synthetic pheromone compound, and the massive door slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Inside, the archive extended into darkness row after row of preservation units containing physical samples and data storage systems stretching beyond sight. Temperature-controlled chambers lined the walls, each dedicated to a different hegemony species. Jake's interface illuminated priority targets as he scanned the archive's organization system. There, he pointed to a section marked with ancient shaper symbols. Original baseline samples collected before the artificial selection programs. And there, he indicated another section, comparative analysis data showing diminishing progression across generations. The team moved efficiently through the archive, securing the priority materials in their specialized transport cases. Jake downloaded experimental data from the central console, his neural interface filtering and compressing the information using the same algorithms that had preserved the genetic data from the evolutionary apex. Extraction complete, Jake announced, securing the final sample container. We have everything we need. At that moment, facility alarms activated, bathing the archive in pulsing red light. Commander Petrov received an emergency communication from Team Beta. Security systems have detected unauthorized access, he reported. They're initiating facility-wide lockdown. The massive archive doors began to close automatically, the hydraulic mechanisms engaging with a deep mechanical groan. Jake turned to the team, clutching the precious genetic materials that might save both civilizations. We need to move, now. We need to move, now, Jake shouted as the hydraulic doors continued their inexorable closure. Lieutenant Porter wedged a portable hydraulic jack into the narrowing gap. The metal groaned in protest, but the door's movement slowed enough for the team to slide through one by one. Team Beta reports security forces converging on their position, Commander Petrov announced, checking his tactical display. They've secured 27 juveniles including Krell Thrace, but extraction is compromised. As they sprinted through the corridors, facility-wide alerts blared through communication systems. A deep, authoritative voice echoed through the complex. Attention all security forces. This is Grand High Commander Zorthan. Implement immediate planetary lockdown protocols. Eliminate all intruders. Protect the genetic resources of the hegemony at all costs. Jake's neural interface flickered with an incoming transmission from Admiral Celara. Her voice came through with bursts of static. Team Alpha, be advised 3 loyalist battlecruisers approaching our position. Orbital defense platforms activating anti-shuttle shields over all spaceports. We cannot maintain position much longer. Jake accessed the facility schematics through his interface, scanning for alternatives. The facility's atmospheric shuttle bay, he said, highlighting a section on the digital overlay. It operates on separate systems with medical emergency protocols, still functional despite the lockdown. A blast rocked the corridor ahead of them. 2 security officers rounded the corner, weapons raised. Lieutenant Porter and Sergeant Diaz returned fire, catching one in the shoulder. The second officer took cover behind a structural support pillar. "This way," Commander Petrov directed, motioning toward a maintenance access panel. "We can reach the reactor cooling system. It connects to waste reclamation." Jake helped pry open the panel as the team laid down covering fire. They slipped inside just as reinforcements arrived, sealing the access behind them. The narrow maintenance tunnel descended at a steep angle, forcing them to climb down service ladders into the facility's lower levels. A sudden explosion above sent debris cascading down the shaft. Sergeant Diaz lost his grip, falling several meters before Lieutenant Porter caught him. The impact wrenched Diaz's shoulder and left a deep gash across his leg. "I'm hit," Diaz grunted, applying pressure to the wound. "Corporal Jensen is down too," called Specialist Rodriguez from further down the ladder. "Shrapnel to the abdomen." Commander Petrov reached the bottom of the shaft first, securing the area while the others helped the wounded down. "We need to keep moving." Reactor cooling system is 50 meters ahead. Jake administered emergency field dressings to the injured operators. Jensen's wound, Dr. Cade Sirius shrapnel, had penetrated deep into his side. "He needs proper medical attention soon," Jake whispered to Petrov. They proceeded through the dim passageways of the cooling system. Dr. Sci-Fi pipes carried coolant to the facility's reactor core, creating a labyrinth of potential routes. The air grew thick with moisture, and the distinct metallic tang of radiation shielding compounds. Jake's neural interface lit up with another transmission. "Team Beta has encountered a military checkpoint, Doctor," he reported. "Dr. Vexaler is attempting to talk their way through." On the surface, 3 kilometers from their extra-DRON point, the transport vehicles containing the rescued children slowed at a security checkpoint. Dr. Vexaler's crystalline form reflected the harsh spotlights as he stepped out to address the Viridian officers. "These children require immediate transfer to orbital medical facilities," the Lithid scientist stated with practiced authority. By order of Commander Zorthan himself, the checkpoint officer examined Dr. Vexaler's credentials, hesitating briefly. No notification of a transfer was received. "This is a secure medical operation, Dr." Vexaler replied smoothly, producing a data pad with official-looking documentation. "The frequency of your notification protocols was compromised 3 days ago. Confirmation was sent via secure channels only." The officer wavered, then nodded. "Proceed." The transports began moving through the checkpoint when a junior officer suddenly looked up from his station. "Wait, that's Admiral Celara's second-in-command." He pointed at the Trachian officer in the lead vehicle. Chaos erupted. The checkpoint's barrier began to lower as officers reached for weapons. Dr. Vexaler shouted a warning to the transport drivers. The vehicles accelerated, smashing through the partial barrier as weapons fire erupted behind them. The rear transport jerked violently as energy blasts struck its propulsion system. It lurched forward, trailing smoke but still mobile. Jake received the update through his neural interface as Team Alpha continued their progress through the facility's lower levels. Team Beta has broken through the checkpoint, but the rear transport is damaged. 8 children, including Krell Thrace, are in that vehicle. "Status of the genetic samples?" Commander Petrov asked, helping Sergeant Diaz navigate a narrow section of pipework. Jake checked the sealed containers. One had been damaged during the explosion, its reinforced casing partially melted and cracked. "One container compromised," he reported, examining the contents through the transparent section. What he saw made him pause. The genetic material inside had undergone an unexpected transformation. The energy from the blast had somehow activated dormant sequences in the baseline samples, producing a reaction Jake had never seen before. "This is remarkable," he said, studying the sample more closely. "The heat from the weapon impact has accelerated genetic recombination. This could potentially overcome the immune resistance in adult hegemony patients. A sudden alert from the surface interrupted his analysis. Team Beta is splitting up, he announced. The damaged transport is diverting to a civilian medical center in the outer district. Dr. Vexaler is staying with them. Krell Thrace's condition is destabilizing from the stress. Commander Petrov assessed their position on the schematic. We need to reach that shuttle bay. The waste reclamation system will take us directly beneath it. Two operators carefully lifted Corporal Jensen, whose breathing had grown labored. Sergeant Diaz insisted on moving under his own power despite his injury. The team continued through the cooling system until they reached a heavy access hatch labeled with hegemony symbols for waste processing. The hatch led them into a series of partially flooded tunnels similar to those they had navigated earlier. This time, the liquid reached only ankle depth, though the pungent smell was more intense. Admiral Celara is implementing a new strategy, Jake reported as they waded through the murky water. The ancestral rite is broadcasting medical telemetry from the children receiving treatment. In orbit, the massive battlecruiser maintained position as 3 Loyalist vessels approached in attack formation. Inside the ancestral rite's medical bay, the children rescued by Team Beta received treatment with Jake's protocol. Medical officers recorded every improvement, every stabilizing vital sign, and transmitted the data on open hegemony channels. On the lead Loyalist vessel, confusion spread through the command deck as officers viewed the telemetry. These readings can't be accurate, one officer stated. The improvement rates are impossible. My daughter shows the same symptoms as patient 7, said another, a junior communications officer. Are we certain this is deception? 3 junior officers exchanged glances, then moved simultaneously. The weapons officer locked down his console, while the communications officer sealed the command deck doors. The navigation officer drew his sidearm and trained it on the ship's commander. We demand verification of this treatment, the weapons officer announced. If it's genuine, we cannot fire on that vessel. Jake received updates on this development as Team Alpha continued through the waste reclamation tunnels. They emerged into a maintenance corridor directly beneath the atmospheric shuttle bay. The shuttle bay is heavily guarded, Lieutenant Porter reported after a brief reconnaissance. Zorthan's elite forces control all direct access points. Commander Petrov identified a secondary approach on the schematic. The environmental control room has less security. We can access the bay through there. The team moved toward the environmental control room, using the injured operators as their cover story. When they encountered 2 facility technicians, Jake stepped forward. We have wounded personnel requiring immediate evacuation, he stated. Your atmospheric shuttle bay remains operational, yes. The technicians hesitated. Under lockdown protocols, Jake removed the damaged sample container from his pack. These men are dying, and this, he displayed the accelerated genetic recombination, is the cure your people need. The technicians stared at the sample, then at each other. One of them unbuttoned Dr. Ed his collar, revealing the mottled skin pattern of moderate diminishing symptoms along his neck. You can reverse this, he asked, voice barely audible. Jake nodded. Not just halt it, reverse it completely, but we need your help. The technicians led them through employee access corridors to the environmental control room. From there, they could access the shuttle bay's secondary maintenance entrance. Jake's neural interface lit up with another transmission. Team Beta has established a defensive perimeter at the extraction point, but it's surrounded by Loyalist forces. Dr. Marvek reports several children showing unprecedented recovery rates. Their bodies are continuing the restoration process independently. Meanwhile, the damaged transport carrying Krell Thrace had reached the civilian medical center. Local security forces surrounded the building, responding to Zorthan's orders. Grand High Commander Zorthan himself had taken command of an assault force, initially headed toward the shuttle bay. Upon learning of Jake's goal, he changed course. All forces converge on the civilian medical center, Zorthan ordered over secure channels. The human infiltrators and all who assist them are classified as biological contaminants. Implement immediate sterilization protocols. Jake received this transmission just as they secured a medical evacuation shuttle in the bay. Commander, Zorthan is ordering attacks on civilian targets. The transport with Krell and 7 other children is surrounded at the medical center. Commander Petrov studied the tactical display. We can't abandon those children. Agreed. Jake checked the genetic samples, ensuring they were properly secured. We redirect to the medical center first, extract those children, then rendezvous with the main convoy. The shuttle pilot, a defected Trachian officer with atmospheric flight training, powered up the engines. I can reach the medical center in 6 minutes. There's an emergency landing pad on the roof. Jake secured the wounded operators in the shuttle's medical berths, while Commander Petrov prepared his remaining combatready team members for the extraction. The shuttle lifted off, accelerating through the facility's atmospheric shield. As they approached the civilian medical center, Jake watched the tactical display update in real time. 2 additional hegemony vessels had broken formation in orbit, establishing communication with the ancestral rite. The medical center came into view, a sprawling complex of interconnected buildings surrounded by security vehicles. The pilot executed a series of evasive maneuvers. Avoiding ground-based defense systems, a Dr. Hay approached the rooftop landing pad. Preparing for touchdown, the pilot announced. No active defenses on the roof, but I detect security forces gathering on the upper floors. Commander Petrov positioned his team near the shuttle doors. We move fast, secure the children and extract. No unnecessary doctor, emit. The shuttle touched down on the landing pad with a gentle bounce. The doors hissed open, and Commander Petrov's team deployed in practice formation, securing the rooftop access points. Jake activated his neural interface, connecting to the medical center's systems. Dr. Vexaler is barricaded in a secure treatment room on the 3rd floor. Local medical staff are protecting them, refusing security forces' demands. As they prepared to enter the building, a facility-wide announcement echoed through external speakers. A deep, authoritative Voridian voice addressed all present. This is Dr. Jarvik, director of this medical center. I hereby declare Dr. His facility a neutral zone dedicated to patient care regardless of political affiliation. I invoke the ancient hegemony medical covenants that predate our current military structure. No weapons will be discharged within these walls. No patient will be denied treatment. These principles are inviolable. Jake turned to Dr. Amender Petrov. This could give us the time we need. They descended through the building, encountering medical staff who directed them toward the secure treatment room. Outside, security forces had established a perimeter rather than storming the building, creating a tense standoff. Dr. Vexaler's crystalline form reflected the emergency lights as they entered the treatment room. 8 juvenile patients occupied medical beds, monitoring equipment displaying their vital signs. In the center bed lay Krell Thrace, his gray skin now showing healthier coloration, his breathing steady. The treatment is working, Dr. Vexaler confirmed. Their bodies are responding even better than anticipated. Krell's eyes fluttered open as Jake approached his bed. The doctor Ungvoridian studied Jake's face with curiosity. You're the human my father trusted, Krell said, his voice weak but clear. Did his sacrifice help others? Did it matter? Jake placed his hand gently on the bed rail. Your father's courage made all of this possible. He helped save countless lives, including yours. We're going to complete what he started. Krell nodded, satisfaction visible in his expression. Jake's neural interface lit up with an urgent transmission from Admiral Selara. Grand High Commander Zorthan's forces will breach the medical center's outer perimeter in 3 minutes. You must extract immediately. Dr. Vexaler supervised the preparation of the juvenile patients for transport. The medical staff provided additional supplies and portable monitoring equipment. As they prepared to move the children to the waiting shuttle, Jake looked at the genetic samples secured in their containers. These samples, combined with the living proof of the treatment's effectiveness in the recovering children, represented the future of both civilizations. If they could reach the ancestral rite and implement the restoration doctrine on a larger scale, they might yet prevent the catastrophic collision course both species were following. The question was how to get there with Zorthan's forces closing in below and uncertain allies protecting their orbital escape route above. Jake surveyed the room, mentally calculating their diminishing options as the tactical display showed Zorthan's forces converging on the medical center. They had minutes at most. "We need to split up," Jack Doctor, aide turning to Commander Petrov. 5 of the Kaidiarian, including Krell, are stable enough for immediate transport. The other 3 require additional stabilization procedures. Doctor. Vexaler's crystalline form shifted with concern. "I complete the emergency stabilization protocols for the critical patients, but it will require time." "Time we don't have," Petrov noted, checking his tactical display. Jake opened his pack and removed several genetic sample containers. "I'm transferring partial treatment protocols and selected SAMP Doctor. To you, Doctor. If either shuttle fails to reach the ancestral rite, we'll still have what we need." As Dr. Vexaler secured the samples, the door slid open to reveal Dr. Jarvik, the medical center director. His imposing Voridian frame filled the doorway, but his eyes conveyed commitment rather than hostility. "I've activated our emergency pandemic protocols," Dr. Jarvik explained. "A sanitization barrier now surrounds your evacuation route. By regulations, DRLL personnel including security forces must undergo full decontamination before entering these zones. This should buy you approximately 8 minutes. Petrov nodded. "Thank Doctor. I don't do this for you," Dr. Jarvik said quietly. "I do this for the doctor." He gestured to the children. "And for all our future generations." Jake directed the medics to prepare the 5 stable children for transport. Krell watched the activity around him with alert eyes. "Where are we going?" Krell asked as Jake checked his vitals. "To the ancestral rite," Jake answered. "We're going to finish what your father started." Within minutes, they had the first group of children loaded onto stretchers. Dr. Vexaler remained with the 3 critical patients, already beginning stabilization procedures with the assistance of medical center staff. "We'll follow on the secondary shuttle," Dr. Vexaler assured Jake. "These patients can be moved within 14 minutes. Jake handed Dr. Vexaler a secure communication device. "Contact us the moment you're airborne." The team moved swiftly through the sanitization-bordered corridors. Jake noted medical staff deliberately slowing the decontamination procedures for security personnel attempting entry, creating further delays for Zorthan's forces. They reached the rooftop without encountering resistance. The shuttle pilot had the engines primed and running, the medical evacuation vehicle hovering inches above the landing pad. "Strap in tight," the pilot warned as they secured the children. "Our exit trajectory won't be comfortable." The shuttle lifted off just as the tactical display showed Zorthan's lead forces breaching the outer perimeter of the medical center. The pilot immediately banked hard, diving toward the dense urban skyline rather than attempting a direct ascent. "Taking the scenic route," the pilot explained, weaving the shuttle between towering structures. "Ground-based defense systems can't lock on if they can't predict our vector." Jake steadied himself against the medical console as the shuttle lurched through another turn. The children were secured in medical pods with internal stabilization systems, but he still needed to administer treatments. He removed one of the sample containers, noting how the genetic material had further transformed since the accidental heat catalyst discovery. "This should enhance the treatment effectiveness," he said to the medical technician assisting him. Jake carefully programmed the delivery system, allowing precise amounts of the heat-activated catalyst to enter each child's treatment protocol. Krell's vital signs strengthened noticeably within moments of receiving the enhanced treatment. The mottled discoloration on his skin began to fade, replaced by healthier gray tones. Commander Petrov monitored the tactical display. "They're activating the aerial defense grid." The shuttle shuddered as the pilot executed a series of rapid altitude changes. "Something's wrong with their targeting," the pilot remarked with surprise. "The defense grid is firing, but the trajectories are consistently off by several degrees." Jake accessed his neural interface, receiving data from the ancestral right. Admiral Selara reports multiple targeting errors throughout the grid. It appears some operators are deliberately introducing calculation errors. The shuttle broke through the upper atmosphere, the hull heating from the rapid ascent. Jake secured the remaining genetic samples as the horizon curved into the blackness of space. Ahead, the tactical display showed the orbital standoff, with Admiral Selara's ship and two defected hegemony vessels forming a protective corridor. "Team Beta's situation is deteriorating," Petrov reported. "They're still surrounded at the extraction point." Jake received updated telemetry showing 3 transport vehicles approaching Team Beta's position. Medical transport vehicles from the civilian hospital districts are forming a protective perimeter around our team. They're invoking traditional medical neutrality protocols. The shuttle accelerated toward the ancestral right, now visible as a gleaming point of light against the darkness. A sudden burst of energy weapons fire streaked past their port side. "One loyalist vessel attempting to block our approach," the pilot reported calmly, adjusting their course. "The neutral hegemony ships are moving to intercept." Admiral Selara's voice came through the communication system. "Proceed directly to Docking Bay 3. We've prepared the medical facilities for your arrival." The shuttle docked with a slight jolt. Medical teams immediately transferred the children to the ship's advanced treatment facility, where Alina waited, surrounded by monitoring equipment and analysis stations. "Jake." Alina's eyes brightened when she saw him. "The preliminary results from the initial treatment group, our remarkable DRHE children, are showing structural improvements we didn't think possible." Jake transferred the genetic samples to the secure storage unit. "We've enhanced the protocol doctoring a heat-activated catalyst. It's accelerating recombination rates significantly." Alina immediately began analyzing the new samples, while medical technicians continued transferring the children to treatment pods. Krell remained conscious, watching the activity around him with curiosity. "My father believed humans could save us," Krell said as Jake checked his vital signs. "He said your kind still remembered what it meant to adapt." Before Jake could respond, the tactical alert sounded. Jake accessed the ship's communication system and saw Dr. Vexaler's secondary shuttle lifting off from the medical center, immediately pursued by Zorthan's personal guard vessels. "The second shuttle is under attack," Jake reported. "Dr. Vexaler and 3 critical patients are aboard." On the interface, they watched the shuttle pilot execute remarkable evasion maneuvers, but a direct hit damaged the propulsion system. The shuttle tumbled briefly before stabilizing on an emergency vector that left them exposed to the Loyalist battlecruiser's primary weapons. Before Zorthan's forces could capitalize on this advantage, one of the neutral hegemony vessels broke formation. The ship, significantly smaller than Zorthan's battlecruiser, positioned itself directly between the damaged shuttle and the Lloyd Doctor, sent vessel. "This is Captain Kravak of the hegemony vessel Steadfast Truth," a stern Voridian voice announced on all channels. "Any vessel firing upon a medical transport RNG juvenile patients will be considered in violation of our most fundamental laws regarding the protection of offspring. I will protect these children with my vessel and my life if necessary. 4 additional hegemony vessels appeared at the system's jump point, their arrival causing immediate reaction throughout the fleet. These newcomers, previously stationed at outer colony worlds, moved to support positions around Captain Kravek's ship. The damaged shuttle limped toward the Ancestral Rights emergency docking bay as Jake and Alina rushed to meet them. Dr. Vexaler emerged with the 3 critical patients, the most severe case being a young female lithoid whose crystalline matrix showed advanced degradation patterns. "This is Syrinx," Dr. Vexaler explained as they transferred her to an intensive treatment pod. Her condition deteriorated further during transit. Jake immediately prepared the enhanced treatment protocol with the heat-activated catalyst. "We'll start with a focused application to her primary matrix nodes." Within hours, Syrinx's crystalline structure showed measurable realignment, the disorganized patterns beginning to form proper geometric configurations. The other critical patients similarly responded to the enhanced treatment. On the main bridge, Admiral Selara received a disturbing transmission. Zorthan has ordered orbital bombardment of Team Beta's extraction site, regardless of civilian casualties. The tactical display showed the Loyalist ships moving into firing position. However, the targeting sequences appeared delayed, with multiple correction attempts indicating internal resistance to the order. Jake studied the complete set of genetic materials with Alina and Rhea, focusing on comparing the current samples with the original baseline materials recovered from the facility. "Look at this," Jake pointed to a sequence pattern. The original baseline samples contain activation markers that were designed by the Shapers. Their guide points for evolutionary development. Alina examined the data. The artificial selection programs interrupted these sequences. "Exactly," Jake said. "The Shapers never intended the 8 branches of humanity to evolve separately. They designed us to eventually recombine our unique adaptations. The diminishing isn't just a disease, it's the result of deliberately derailed evolution." Jake began programming a new restoration protocol based on this discovery. This approach doesn't just treat symptoms, it reactivates the original Shaper guidance sequences. Initial tissue tests showed promising results. The genetic stability extended beyond directly treated areas, creating a self-propagating restoration effect. This could potentially restore genetic stability throughout entire populations within a single generation, Jake explained. Admiral Selara organized an emergency council aboard the Ancestral Right, gathering representatives from each defecting hegemony vessel, along with Captain Lee and the scientific team. As the unprecedented assembly of humans and all 7 hegemony species gathered in the conference chamber, Jake's neural interface received an encrypted communication from an unknown source within Zorthan's flagship. The message contained detailed security codes and positioning data for the Loyalist vessels, along with text that made Jake pause. "Commander Thrace believed in you. Don't let his sacrifice be wasted." Jake studied the tactical data provided by this mysterious ally. With this information, they might have the advantage needed to coordinate Team Beta's extraction, while potentially neutralizing Zorthan's increasingly unstable leadership. As the council prepared to convene, Jake approached Admiral Selara with the encrypted data. "We have an ally on Zorthan's flagship," he said quietly. "Someone highly placed who wants to help." Admiral Selara reviewed the information. This could change everything. Admiral Selara examined the encrypted data on her tactidoctor display. This intelligence is remarkably comprehensive, positioning data, security codes, even the rotation schedules for Zorthan's command staff. "Can we trust it?" Captain Lee asked. Jake nodded. The message referenced Commander Thrace specifically. Few people knew of his involvement with our mission. The council chamber buzzed with activity as representatives from each defecting hegemony vessel gathered around the central holographic projection. The assembled group, comprising humans and all 7 hegemony species, created an unprecedented tableau of cooperation. "We need to extract Team Beta immediately," Admiral Selara announced, highlighting the surface positions on the tactical display. "But we must also consider the broader implications of Dr. Neeson's breakthrough." Jake stepped forward, neural interface projecting his medical findings onto the main display. The enhanced restoration protocol isn't just treating symptoms, it's reactivating dormant genetic pathways the Shapers originally designed. Alina joined him, highlighting tissue samples from the first group of treated children. "Most significantly, the heat-activated catalyst we discovered accelerates genetic recombination rates beyond our initial projections." The council members leaned forward, studying the cellular regeneration displayed in real time. Krell's medical scans appeared prominent, young Viridian's improvement evident even to non-medical observers. "These children are beginning to heal themselves," Jake explained. "Their bodies are continuing the restoration process without additional treatment." Captain Lee studied the tactical overlay. "We need to use this medically and strategically. A coordinated extraction paired with broadcasting evidence of the treatment's success." "Precisely," Admiral Selara agreed. "We'll implement a multi-phase approach. First, secure Team Beta and the remaining children. Second, distribute visual evidence of the successful treatments throughout all hegemony communication channels." The representatives from the defector vessels nodded in agreement. A Lithid captain activated her neural interface, causing the tactical display to shift. "My vessel can position here to create a protective corridor for the extraction shuttle." 2 additional captains immediately added their ships to the extraction plan. Captain Lee designated the UES Prometheus to complement the formation. "The Prometheus possesses specialized electronic warfare capabilities," Captain Lee explained. "We've enhanced these systems using data collected during the evolutionary Apex mission." Admiral Selara finalized the extraction plan. "Commander Petrov will lead the extraction team. We launch in 30 minutes. While the council continued coordinating fleet movements, Jake and Alina returned to the medical bay. Krell sat upright in his treatment pod, his vital signs displayed on nearby monitors. "DRR bone density has increased by 23%, Alina told him, adjusting the monitoring equipment. "Respiratory efficiency is now at 87% of normal parameters." Jake studied the genetic analysis. "The restodoctorian process is continuing autonomously. Your immune system is facilitating rather than resisting the changes." Krell flexed his fingers, the movement smoother than it had been hours earlier. "I can feel the difference. My muscles don't ache when I move." Jake uploaded Krell's medical data to his neural interface. "We're going to document your recovery. With your permission, we'll broadcast this information to help others understand what's happening." "Like my father would have wanted," Krell agreed. The medical bay doors opened as Dr. Vexaler entered with Syrinx, the young Lithid female. Her crystalline structure, previously degraded and discolored, now displayed geometric realignment along her primary matrix nodes. "The enhanced protocol exceeded our projections," Dr. Vexaler reported. "Syrinx regained consciousness 4 to 3 minutes ago. Her crystalline matrix is regenerating at triple the previous rate." Syrinx blinked her faceted eyes, light refracting through the newly formed patterns. "The pain has stopped," she stated simply. Jake completed the comprehensive medical documentation, while Alina prepared the broadcast package. They compiled before and after scans of all patients, with emphasis on Krell's remarkable improvement as a living testament to Commander Thrace's work. Commander Petrov assembled his extraction team in the launch bay. The shuttle crew consisted of specialists from each hegemony species who had volunteered after seeing the children's recovery data. "Our mission is straightforward," Petrov briefed them. "Land within the medical perimeter, load the remaining 19 children, and return through the protection corridor." The shuttle carried additional doses of Jake's refined treatment protocol in specialized containment units. A medical technician demonstrated the administration procedure to the extraction team. "Some children may experience deterioration during evacuation," Petrov explained. "These treatments can be administered immediately if necessary." On the bridge, Admiral Selara received an unexpected communication. 6 additional Hegemony V Doctorels have entered the system. They've declared themselves neutral and are requesting verification of the treatment protocol. She immediately transmitted the comprehensive medical data Jake and Alina had prepared, including visual confirmation of the recovering children. The tactical display updated as 4 of these vessels repositioned to support the extraction corridor. "The neutrals have effectively doubled our protective screen," Selara noted. "Captain Lee, deploy the Prometheus alongside the 3 primary defector vessels to secure the corridor." The extraction shuttle launched, accelerating toward Voridus Prime as the protection fleet moved into position. Jake monitored their progress from the medical bay, his neural interface displaying Team Beta's status. On the surface, Dr. Jarvik had expanded the protective barrier around the extraction site. 50 civilian physicians and healthcare workers from throughout the capital city formed concentric rings around the transports containing the remaining children. This medical neutrality barrier created a powerful moral impediment even Zorthan's forces hesitated to breach. Jake's neural interface received an emergency alert. Zorthan is attempting to manually override the targeting systems on his flagship. Admiral Selara's voice responded through the shipwide doctor, communication system. "Confirmed." He's ordered his personal guard to secure the weapons control center. The tactical display showed power fluctuations throughout Zorthan's flagship as weapon systems charged. Suddenly, cascading failures appeared across the weapons grid. "Our ally has implemented countermeasures," Admiral Selara reported. "Zorthan's weapons are temporarily disabled." Jake returned to his work, completing a refined version of the heat-activated catalyst. This enhanced formula, when combined with the original Shaper activation sequences, created a self-sustaining restoration effect that propagated through treated tissues at triple the previous rate. "Appel doctor, his to the critical patients immediately," Jake instructed the medical team, transferring the formula specifications to Dr. Vexaler. The extraction shuttle entered Voridus Prime's atmosphere, descending toward Team Beta's position. 4 atmospheric interceptors from Captain Kravek's vessel appeared on the tactical display, taking defensive positions around the medical perimeter. "This is Interceptor Leader Trevak," a voice announced on the open channel. "My daughter suffers from stage 3 diminishing. I've seen the medical data from the ancestral rite. We will ensure these children reach safety." The extraction shuttle landed within the protected perimeter. Commander Petrov efficiently organized the loading of the remaining 19 children, prioritizing those with the most severe symptoms. "Dr. Jarvik has requested to accompany the children," Petrov reported through the neural interface. "He's bringing 6 additional Voridian medical SP Dr. Alists." "Approved," Admiral Selara responded. "Their expertise will be valuable for implementing the restoration protocol on a larger scale." Jake's neural interface flashed with another alert. Zorthan has deployed his personal assault craft with 20 elite guards. They're attempting to physically secure the extraction site. The tactical display showed the small craft descending rapidly toward Team Beta's position, bypassing normal flight protocols. Captain Kravek's interceptors immediately moved to challenge them, creating an aerial standoff above the medical perimeter. Lieutenant Porter's voice came through the communication system. "This is Porter aboard the Prometheus. I've identified a vulnerability in Zorthan's assault craft." Jake recognized the name Lieutenant Marcus Porter, brother of the late Dr. Marcus Porter. "Their neural interface controls use the same technology my brother exploited," Porter continued. "Implementing electronic countermeasures now." The tactical display showed Zorthan's craft suddenly lurch, its descent halting as systems failed. The craft retreated to a safe altitude, unable to continue its approach without risking catastrophic failure. "Extraction shuttle is away," Petrov reported moments later. "All 19 Childer Doctor, Lus medical personnel secured. Team Beta personnel boarding secondary transports now." Jake and Alina prepared the Ancestral Rites expanded medical bay to receive the incoming patients. They organized treatment stations specialized for each hegemony species, with Rhea coordinating the scientific teams analyzing genetic responses to the enhanced protocol. Initial results from the first group show the restoration process accelerating beyond original projections, Rhea reported. Genetic stability indicators are improving hourly rather than daily. The extraction shuttle successfully navigated through the protection corridor and docked with the Ancestral Rite. Medical teams immediately transferred the 19 children to the treatment stations, where Jake's team began implementing the enhanced restoration protocol. Dr. Jarvik approached Jake after observing Krell and the other recovering children. "I formally request political asylum for myself and my medical team," he stated. "What you've accomplished here." He paused, looking around at the improving children. "This changes everything." With all personnel successfully extracted from Voridus Prime, Admiral Selara convened an emergency strategic council. The tactical display showed 14 hegemony vessels now aligned with their cause, effectively matching the remaining loyalist forces in the system. "Zorthan has summoned reinforcements from neighboring systems," Admiral Selara informed the council. "We have a narrow window for escape before potentially being surrounded." Captain Lee studied the tactical options. "We could make a tactical retreat to HC-294. The astronomical conditions would provide defensive advantages. Or we remain in orbit and continue broadcasting evidence of the treatment's effectiveness," another captain suggested. "Every hour increases support among the civilian population." Jake stepped forward. "There's a third option." He accessed his neural interface, displaying information recovered from the genetic materials. The research facility on Voridus Prime contains only a fraction of the hegemony's genetic repository. Doctor, council members leaned forward as Jake continued. "The primary archive, containing the most comprehensive collection of pre-diminishing genetic samples, is located on a secure installation designated the Ancestral Vault in the Moraki home system." Jake highlighted the facility's significance on the display. "With these samples, we could implement the restoration protocol across all hegemony populations without requiring continued human genetic contributions." The council chamber fell silent as the implications became clear. This approach could transform the conflict from military confrontation to medical cooperation. As deliberations continued, Jake returned to the medical bay to check on the newly arrived patients. Krell stood near the observation window, watching the star snow standing unassisted for the first time in years. "Dr. Neeson," Krell called. When Jake approached, the young Voridian held out his hand, revealing Commander Thrace's command insignia. "My father would want you to have this." Jake looked at the insignia, a powerful symbol of trust between species who, only days earlier, had been mortal enemies. Their conversation was interrupted as his neural interface alerted him to Admiral Selara's decision regarding their next destination. Jake gently took the insignia from Krell's outstretched hand, feeling the weight of responsibility it represented. "Doctor." "Thank you," Jake said, studying the intricate design symbols of both authority and connection between worlds that had been lost for generations. I'll honor his legacy by finishing what he started. Krell nodded, his movements noticeably smoother than just hours before. The other children ask about you. They want to know what happens next. Before Jake could respond, his neural interface pulsed with an incoming transmission. Admiral Sellara was summoning all key personnel back to the council chamber. It appears we're about to find out, Jake said. When they returned to the Strategic Council, the chamber was filled with an unusual energy. The tactical display showed the 14 Allied vessels now arranged in formation patterns around the ancestral rite. We've reached a decision, Admiral Sellara announced as Jake and Alina entered. Dr. Neeson's proposal offers our best chance for a lasting solution. Captain Lee activated a detailed holographic display of the HC-294 system. We'll implement a two-phase operation. First, we'll establish a secure research base here, on the fourth planet's habitable moon. The children and scientific teams will continue their work in safety while we prepare for Phase 2. Admiral Sellara stepped forward. Phase 2 will be a specialized expedition to the ancestral vault in the Moraki system. The display shifted to show a heavily fortified installation orbiting a ringed gas giant. This facility contains the most comprehensive collection of pre-diminishing genetic samples in hegemony space. Jake studied the installation schematics with growing excitement. With those samples, we could implement the restoration protocol across all hegemony populations, without requiring continued human genetic contributions, Alina added, creating a truly self-sustaining solution. Captain Lee nodded. The swift current will transport your research team to HC-294 immediately. It's our fastest vessel, equipped with experimental stealth technology. Meanwhile, Admiral Sellara continued, we'll split our fleet into 3 battle-grow Doctor, to Dr. Fuse Zorthan's forces and draw them away from your true objective. The tactical display updated to show the planned movements of each group. Admiral Sellara would command the largest contingent, deliberately leaving navigational clues suggesting they were heading toward human territory. Captain Lee would lead the second group toward a hegemony mining colony where diminishing rates were particularly severe. Departure begins in 4 hours, Admiral Sellara concluded. Prepare your teams and equipment. As the council dispersed, Jake and Alina headed directly to the medical bay to organize their research materials and select which personnel would accompany them to HC-294. Rhea should come with us, Alina said, reviewing patient data on her neural interface. Her insights on lithoid genetic structures have been invaluable. Jake agreed, adding Dr. Vexaler and Dr. Jarvik to the list. We need representation from multiple species. The restoration protocol affects each one differently. They worked efficiently, compiling research data and treatment protocols while the medical staff prepared the children for transport. In the adjoining chamber, Lieutenant Porter was configuring a Doctor-etialized communications array. What are you working on? Jake asked. Porter looked up from his work. An enhanced communication protocol. It'll allow us to transmit medical data throughout hegemony civilian networks without military detection. Like what your doctor brother was developing, Alina observed. Porter nodded. Marcus found vulnerabilities in their systems that they never patched. I'm creating a distributed information system that will automatically replicate your research across thousands of medical databases, making it impossible for them to suppress the truth, Jake realized. 3 hours later, Jake supervised the loading of essential equipment aboard the Swift Current. The vessel's interior had been reconfigured to accommodate both research facilities and medical treatment stations for the children. Krell approached as Jake was reviewing the manifest. Doctor Neeson, I've been helping organize the younger patients. Many are nervous about another transport. That's understandable, Jake said. Can you continue assisting during the journey? They trust you. Krell stood straighter, his posture markedly improved. Of course. Dr. Jarvik joined them, data tablet in hand. I've been documenting Krell's recovery in detail. The improvement in skeletal structure alone is remarkable. He displayed comparative scans showing dramatic changes in bone density and alignment. This will be irrefutable evidence. The swift current departed as planned, slipping away from the ancestral rite while the main fleet executed its coordinated departure sequence. Through the viewport, Jake watched as Admiral Selara's battle group moved into position, drawing the attention of Loyalist forces. Captain Lee's vessels headed in the opposite direction, creating further confusion. Their own journey was quieter, the swift current stealth systems rendering them virtually invisible to standard detection methods. Captain Rena, the vessel's commander, maintained a complex course through the outskirts of the system before initiating the jump to HC-294. 3 days to destination, Captain Rena informed them. I suggest you use this time productively. Jake and Alina established a temporary laboratory in the vessel's science bay. While monitoring the children's ongoing treatments, they discovered something unexpected in the latest test results. Look at this, Alina said, highlighting a section of genetic data. The accidental heat activation during the extraction revealed something we missed. Jake examined the results. Certain shaper sequences respond to specific environmental triggers conditions that would naturally occur during interstellar travel. It's like they designed the modifications to activate progressively as their descendants expanded throughout different star systems, Alina theorized. Each new environment triggering specific adaptations. And the hegemony's artificial selection programs disrupted this by forcing evolution along predetermined paths, Jake concluded. They spent the remainder of the journey refining this discovery, developing new activation protocols that mimicked the environmental triggers the Shapers had originally intended. The swift current reached HC-294 on schedule, narrowly avoiding detection by Loyalist patrol vessels. The research base on the fourth planet's moon was already operational, prefabricated structures from both human and hegemony technology, creating a surprisingly cohesive facility. Dr. Vexaler immediately took charge of expanding the treatment areas. We'll need specialized facilities for each species, he explained, directing construction teams to modify existing structures. Lieutenant Porter established an advanced communications array that maintained secure contact with the scattered defector fleet. We're receiving real-time updates from both Admiral Selara and Captain Lee, he reported. Their diversion tactics are working. Zorthan's forces are divided, chasing both groups. Jake implemented comprehensive research protocols, taking advantage of having 4 to 6 juvenile patients representing all hegemony species. The cross-species responses provided unprecedented insights into the Shaper genetic architecture. Each species maintains dormant genetic sequences that correspond to specific adaptations in the other 6, Jake explained during a research B-Doctor-effing 2 weeks later. It's evidence of their common design. By properly activating these dormant sequences, Alina added, we've reduced treatment time from weeks to days for most patients. Reports from the fleet confirmed their progress was having wider impacts. Admiral Selara's battle group engaged in calculated tactical retreats, broadcasting continuous updates on the children's recovery to all hegemony frequencies. Captain Lee's vessels had reached the mining colony VX-7, establishing peaceful contact with civilian administrators and implementing treatment protocols for volunteer workers. 14 days after establishing the research base, Jake gathered his team to prepare for the second phase of their mission. The Ancestral Vault expedition would utilize a modified Trachian scout vessel, now designated Genetic Heritage. I've selected a specialized team, Jake informed them. Alina, Rhea, Dr. Jarvik 2 Special Forces operators from Captain Lee's original team and Krell Thrace. Me? Krell asked, surprised. Your perspective as both a successfully treated patient and Commander Thrace's son will be invaluable, Jake explained. Plus, you've proven yourself multiple times over. As they prepared for departure, Jake received an encrypted data package from their mysterious ally within Zorthan's command structure. The information included detailed schematics of the Ancestral Vault's security systems, access codes for the primary genetic repository, and troubling news. Zorthan has dispatched elite security forces to reinforce the facility, Jake told Alina as they reviewed the data, and he's authorized something called Protocol Purity. What is that? Alina asked. A contingency plan to destroy all pre-diminishing genetic samples rather than risk unauthorized access, Jake said grimly. It activates automatically if intrusion is detected in the primary containment area. As the genetic heritage departed for the Moraki system, each team member focused on their specific responsibilities. Jake studied the vault schematics, identifying potential entry points and security vulnerabilities. Alina prepared specialized equipment for extracting and preserving ancient genetic samples. Rhea analyzed personnel records, searching for potential allies among the scientific staff. They were approaching the Moraki system's outer detection perimeter when an emergency transmission came through from Admiral Selara. Change of plans, her voice crackled through the comm system. Significant portions of the Loyalist fleet have broken off pursuit and reversed course. They're heading directly for the Ancestral Vault. How? Jake demanded. How did they discover our objective? Unknown, but intelligence suggests someone in Zorthan's inner circle alerted him. You have minimal time before superior forces arrive. The tactical display updated, showing multiple hegemony warships converging on their destination. What had been a delicate infiltration mission was now a desperate race against 3 converging threats: Protocol Purity's automated destruction sequence, the approaching Loyalist fleet, and whatever security forces already guarded the facility. The stakes just increased exponentially, Jake told his team, studying the facility schematics one last time. The vault likely contains not just genetic samples, but the complete Shaper archive including original mission parameters and long-term evolutionary plans. Information that could unite all 8 branches of humanity, Alina said. Krell stepped forward, standing tall in a way that would have been impossible weeks earlier. Or lead to our collective extinction if we fail. The genetic heritage accelerated toward the Ancestral Vault, a small vessel carrying the potential future of 8 species into the heart of enemy territory. Dr. Genetic Heritage sliced through the vacuum of space, its engines running on minimal power to avoid detection. Jake stood before the viewport, watching as the Ancestral Vault materialized against the backdrop of stars. The Doctor, Ruxure, resembled an enormous metallic snowflake, 7 symmetrical arms extending from a central hub, each arm dedicated to preserving the genetic heritage of one hegemony species. Impressive, Alina whispered, joining him at the viewport. Seeing it makes our mission feel more consequential. Jake nodded, observing the security vessels patrolling in precise patterns around the facility. They've increased security, but they haven't initiated full lock DRN procedures yet. That works in our favor, Rhea said, manipulating the ship's sensor doctor, Adangs. We're registering as a routine supply transport. Admiral Selara's forgery team did excellent work on these identification codes. Doctor. Jarvik approached the communications console, straightening his medical uniform. I'm ready to transmit. Jake gestured for him to proceed. Remember, we're exploiting the medical emergency protocols. Keep it urgent but credible. Dr. Jarvik activated the communication array. Ancestral Vault Control, this is Medical Transport HSV 429 requesting emergency docking clearance. We're carrying specialized treatment materials for staff suffering from diminishing symptoms. Priority Medical Code Theta 73. The response came after 30 seconds of tense silence. Transport HSV 429, transmit verification data. We have no scheduled medical D. Dr. Varies. Medical emergencies don't adhere to schedules, Dr. Jarvik countered smoothly. Transmitting patient specifics and treatment authorization now. As Dr. Jarvik handled the communications, Krell Thrace prepared in the adjacent chamber. The young Voridian stood straighter than would have been possible weeks earlier, his formerly hunched posture now corrected by successful treatment. He positioned himself before a recording device. "I'm ready," he told Jake. "Remember, your testimony is our most powerful evidence," Jake said. "Many of these medical staff treated you before. They'll recognize the transformation immediately." Krell began his statement, detailing his treatment history, his previous failed therapies at the vault, and the remarkable restoration he'd experienced under the new protocol. His voice carried none of the respiratory strain that had once characterized his speech. "Docking Authority has granted preliminary clearance," Dr. Jarvik announced. "They're requesting additional verification, but they've directed us to approach the medical reception bay." The two human special forces operators, Sarah and Dravik, activated Lieutenant Porter's specialized countermeasures. "We'll have 15-minute windows of sensor disruption once we're inside," Sarah explained. "They'll register as routine maintenance diagnostics to security systems." The genetic heritage approached the docking port, gliding smoothly into position as mech and doctor, L-arms extended to secure the vessel. Through the viewport, Jake observed medical personnel assembling in the reception area, their movements suggesting curiosity rather than suspicion. "Admiral Celara's fleet confirms that Loyalist forces have changed course," Alina reported, Manito Doctor, G the secure communication channel. "First vessels will reach this position in approximately Sieve Doctor hours." "That's our window," Jake said. "Let's move." The team disembarked in formation, Dr. Jarvik and Krell taking the lead as the medical representatives, while Jake, Alina, Rhea, and the two operators maintained positions designed to minimize attention. The vault's interior gleamed with polished surfaces and precisely controlled environment, Dr. Systems, a testament to the hegemony's obsession with preservation. A female Trachian approached, her wing membrane doctor howling the characteristic thinning associated with moderate diminishing progression. Her name badge identified her as Dr. Sarvek, medical director. "This is highly irregular," she began, her tone professional but skeptical. "We have established protocols for—" She stopped mid-sentence as her gaze fell on Krell. "Patient KT-73. Voridian juvenile treated here 3 standard cycles ago." Krell stepped forward. "Yes, Dr. Arvak. Doctor personally administered my final treatment series before declaring my condition irreversible." Dr. Sarvek circled Krell, her clinical assessment evident in her movements. "This is impossible. Your skeletal structure shows near-normal density patterns." She activated a handheld scanner, running it along Krell's spine. "Respiratory capacity at 94% of standard parameters. This contradicts everything we know about advanced diminishing progress, Doctor." Dr. Jarvik presented a DAT Dr. Abel. "Complete treatment protocol and progressive scans. The results speak for themselves." While Dr. Sarvek examined the evidence with growing amazement, Jake caught Alina's eye and nodded subtly. They slipped away during the first sensor disruption cycle, Dr. assessing a maintenance conduit located precisely where their mysterious allies' schematics had indicated. 7 security layers between us and the central archive, Jake whispered as they navigated the narrow maintenance tunnel. "We need to reach the 5th doctor year before Dr. Jarvik can bring Dr. Sarvek to provide biometric authorization." Rhea activated her modified neural interface, monitoring security communicatio, Doctor. "Increased chatter about incoming vessels. Security personnel are being reassigned to docking areas." Jake adjusted the specialized sample extraction equipment strapped to his back. That works for us. Fewer personnel in the archive sections. They emerged from the maintenance tunnel into a sterile corridor, where they rejoined Dr. Jarvik, who had successfully convinced Dr. Sarvak to escort them deeper into the facility. The Trachian medical director's initial skepticism had transformed into cautious cooperation after conducting eye doctor pendant verifica Dr. N tests on Krell's cellular samples. These are temporary medical research credentials, Dr. Sarvak explained Dr. distributing identification badges. They'll grant supervised access to specific sections. The first 3 security layers proved navigable with their medical credentials. Each checkpoint featured increasingly rigorous identity verification, but Dr. Sarvak's presence and the undeniable evidence of Krell's restoration provided sufficient authority to proceed. The 4th layer required DDRCT genetic authentication. Dr. Jarvik presented samples of Krell's restored genetic material to the senior research staff, demonstrating conclusive evidence of diminishing reversal. The researchers examined the samples with mounting excitement, professional curiosity overcoming institutional loyalty. This is precisely what the ancestral vault was established to achieve, one elderly lithoid researcher remarked. Preservation of genetic viability across species lines. At the 5th security layer, they encountered the critical biometric scanning station. Jake watched as Dr. Jarvik spoke quietly with Dr. Sarvak, showing her the complete documentation of Krell's treatment history alongside the supporting research data. Dr. Sarvak stood motionless for 23 seconds, her expression unreadable. Then she stepped forward to the scanner. "This constitutes treason under current hegemony law," she stated flatly. "But my oath as a geneticist predates my political allegiance." She pressed her hand against the scanner and leaned forward for retinal verification. "Proceed." The 6th and 7th security layers yielded to Dr. Sarvak's clearance, opening the path to the central archive chamber. Jake and Rhea entered a vast spherical room filled with crystalline data storage structures arranged in elaborate geometric patterns. At the center floated a pulsating crystal matrix, its surface etched with symbols from no known language system. "The original Shaper templates," Jake breathed, approaching the matrix reverently. 300,000 years of genetic history, perfectly preserved. Rhea scanned the chamber with specialized equipment. This entire facility was designed by the Shapers themselves. It's a genetic insurance policy, exactly what the hegemony leadership has been ignoring. Jake began interfacing with the central matrix, his equipment establishing connections with the ancient storage system. Data flowed across his screen's complete genetic sequences for all 7 hegemony species in their pre-diminishing state, alongside detailed evolutionary trajectories and adaptive parameters. Suddenly, facility-wide alarms activated. Security monitors throughout the chamber displayed a sleek command vessel approaching the vault. "Zorthan," Jake recognized the vessel immediately. "He's arrived ahead of his main fleet." The facility's communication system crackled to life. "This is Grand High Commander Zorthan. Implement protocol purity immediately. Authorization Omega Prime 37. Purge all archives to prevent human contamination." A mechanical voice responded throughout the facility. "Protocol purity authorized. Complete data purge and sample destruction will commence in 30 minutes. Jake." Alina's voice came through their secure channel. "Security forces are conducting systematic sweeps. They're prioritizing the central hub, and they're implementing atmospheric composition change. We'll have less than 20 minutes of breathable air in the archive chamber." Jake worked frantically at the interface, extracting the critical data. The central matrix revealed the complete Shaper mission parametersate branches of humanity, deliberately diversified as an evolutionary insurance policy against extinction. The Shapers created specialized genetic offshoots, Jake explained to Rhea as data streamed across his display. Each branch adapted to different environments, with the intention of eventually recombining their unique adaptations. And the early hegemony leadership implemented artificial selection programs that directly contradicted this design, Rhea concluded. Exactly. But here, Doctor, what matters now, Jake highlighted a section of data. Complete restoration sequences for all 7 hegemony species. Not just treatments, but comprehensive genetic rebuilding instructions. As Jake extracted these critical restoration sequences, Rhea discovered something unexpected in the Matrix interface. Jake, look at this. There's hidden functionality within the central Matrix, some kind of emergency broadcast system. Jake examined the system parameters. It's designed to activate in response to specific genetic markers. It could transmit the complete restoration protocols simultaneously to every hegemony medical facility across all 7 homeworlds. Using specialized frequencies encoded into the original Shaper genetic templates, Rhea added. It would bypass all standard communication channels. The security monitors showed forces converging on the archive chamber. Protocol Purity's countdown displayed 15 minutes remaining. Jake faced an impossible choice: attempt to extract the physical genetic samples or activate the emergency broadcast system at the risk of sacrificing their escape. His secure channel activated. Dr. Neeson. It was Krell's voice. My father didn't die to save individual patients. He sacrificed himself to preserve the possibility of species-wide restoration. Jake looked at the approaching security forces, then at the countdown, and finally at the ancient Shaper broadcast system. His decision crystallized. We're activating the emergency broadcast, he announced to the team. The restoration protocols will reach all hegemony populations regardless of who controls them. As Jake prepared the activation sequence, the chamber doors opened. Dr. Sarvek entered, followed by 12 senior researchers from various sections of the ancestral vault. All showed symptoms of the diminishing, and all positioned themselves as a barrier at the chamber entrance. We will delay security forces, Dr. Sarvek sent Dr. D, approaching the central matrix. Here are the final authorization codes for the transmiss Doctor system. She entered a complex sequence into the interface. Specie Doctor, Survival transcends political allegiance. Jake activated the emergency broadcast system as protocol purity reached 7 minutes. The central matrix illuminated with unprecedented energy patterns, dormant systems engaging after hundreds of millennia. The restoration protocols began transmission across specialized genetic frequencies, bypassing standard communication networks while propagating throughout hegemony territory at faster than Dr. T speeds. Facility systems fluctuated as ancient Shaper technology interacted with modern hegemony systems. Security monitors showed Zorthan's vessel docking at the main bay, elite forces disembarking. Our direct path to the docking bay is blocked, Alina reported. We need an alternative escape route. Jake looked at the central matrix, still pulsing with T-Doctor transmission of restoration protocols, then at the rapidly closing security perimeter around them. The facility's lockdown protocols engaged, sealing sections in Respo Doctor to the unauthorized broadcast. Dr. Sarvek, Jake asked urgently, is there another way out of this facility? Jake looked at Dr. Sarvek with urgency as security alarms blared throughout the archive chamber. Dr. Sarvek hesitated only a moment before activating her wrist terminal. There's an emergency evacuation route designed for senior researchers. Follow me. She moved toward an inconspicuous panel near the far wall. This maintenance shaft connects directly to a secondary docking bay used for specialized sample transport. It bypasses the main security checkpoints. Jake nodded. We need to split up. Dr. Group's maximum survival probability. Agreed, Dr. Jarvik said. I'll take Rhea, Krell, and Operator Chen toward the medical bay, We'll create a diversion to draw security forces away from your escape route. Elena checked her tactical display. Zorthan's vessel has docked. His personal guard is deploying throughout the facility. DRKE quickly distributed essential equipment. Elena, you're with me and Operator Mills. Dr. Sarvek will guide us through the maintenance shaft. He turned to Rhea. Monitor the transmission progress. We need confirmation the protocols are reaching their destinations. Doctor. Sarvek pressed her palm against the wall panel, revealing a narrow passage. This route hasn't been used in decades. Move QuickLife facilities' automated responses are unpredictable during emergency protocols. The facility-wide communication system activated, Zo Doctor, and's voice echoing through every chamber. This is Grand High Commander Zorthan. All security forces converge on the Central Archive chamber immediately. Any personnel found assisting the human infiltrators will be Execut Doctor for biological terrorism against the hegemony. The two teams exchanged quick nods before separating. Jake, Elena, and Operator Mills followed Dr. Arvak into the narrow maintenance shaft, while the diversion team headed toward the medical bay. The maintenance shaft enclosed them in dim emergency lighting and exposed conduits. Jake felt the facility shudder as automated security barriers engaged randomly throughout the structure. The Shaper transmission is disrupting normal operations, Dr. Sarvek explained as they crawled through a particularly narrow doctor section. The central matrix was designed to override all other systems during emergency broadcasts. Elena checked her modified scanner. Transmission confirmed reaching all 7 homeworlds. We're getting confirmation signals from major population centers. The protocols include manufacturing instructions using locally available resources, Jake added. Even if we don't make it out, the solution will spread. They reached a junction where the shaft widened enough to stand. Dr. Sarvek pointed to a service ladder. This leads down to the lower maintenance level. From there, we can access A violent tremor shook the facility, and a section of ceiling collapsed 20 meters ahead. Automated defenses, Dr. Sarvek said. The facility is sealing sections randomly in response to the broadcast. Jake examined the collapsed section. No way through. Alternatives. Dr. Sarvek consulted her terminal. There's an older section below us. It predates current hegemony construction, part of the original Shah Doctor facility. We can route through there to reach the secondary docking bay. They descended the service ladder into darkness. As they reached the bottom, motion sensors activated, illuminating a vast chamber unlike anything in the modern sections of the vault. Preservation chamber, Dr. Sarvek whispered with evident awe. I've only seen references to this in the oldest facility records. The chamber contained rows of crystalline pods, each housing a suspended figure. Jake approached the nearest pod, wiping condensation from its surface. Inside floated a human-like form, perfectly preserved. Doctor, our Earth specimens, Jake realized, moving from pod to pod. 8 distinct genetic lineages, just like the archive mentioned. The original human templates the Shapers used. He placed his hand against one pod containing an unmodified DRAN. They've been here for over 300,000 years. Elena's communications device activated. Jake, the diversion team has reached the medical bay. They've found Allies Vault personnel who received the transmission through their medical implants. 27 staff members have secured the bay and established defensive positions. Jake nodded. Tell them to implement immediate treatment for the most severely affected personnel. Create a demonstration of effectiveness. Dr. Sarvek approached a control pedestal near the center of the chamber. This interface is ancient, but my credentia doctor might. She pressed her palm against the smooth surface. The pedestal illuminated with symbols from no known language. It's responding, she said with surprise. Emergency evacuation protocols are activating. The chamber floor separated along previously invisible seams, revealing a hidden docking port. From this port rose a small vessel unlike any current hegemony or human design. Smooth Doctor, organic curves with no visible propulsion system or external components. A Shaper transport vessel, Dr. Sarvek explained. Designed to transfer genetic samples during emergencies. Jake approached the vessel. A doorway appeared in DRS' seamless hull. Interior lights act Dr. Ting in response to his presence. It's responding to your genetic markers, Dr. Sarvek observed. You register as unmodified human control group in the Shaper design. Elena's communication device chimed again. Admiral Selara's battle group has arrived at the system perimeter. They're engaging loyalist forces and broadcasting the restoration protocol on all military frequencies. 3 destroyer-class vessels have already broken formation to establish communication with Selara. Jake stepped inside the vessel. The interior reconfigured itself around him, creating control interfaces that responded to his touch. This technology is millennia beyond anything we have. Dr. K, can you help me access the navigation systems? As the others boarded, the vessel scanned each person. Display panels activated showing genetic profiles. Dr. Sarvek registered as Advanced Narration Trachian with artificial selection modifications, while Elena and Operator Mills registered as unmodified baseline human. The environmental systems are adjusting to our individual physiologies, Dr. Sarvek noted as the atmospheric composition shifted subtly around each of them. Elena's communication device emitted an urgent alert. The diversion team is in trouble. Zorthan's forces have penetrated the outer defenses of the medical bay. Dr. Jarvik estimates full breach within minutes. Dr. Jarvik's voice came through the channel. Immediately, Jake, don't risk the primary objective. The protocol transmission is successful. That's what matters. We succeeded the moment the transmission reached the homeworlds, Krell's voice added. My father would understand. Go. Jake looked at the vessel's navigation display, which showed a direct launch tunnel extending from the preservation chamber to the exterior of the ancestral vault. Then he examined the facility schematic that appeared on another display. There's an emergency access port near the medical bay, he said, hands moving across the control interface. We're not leaving them behind. The risk is significant, Dr. Sarvek warned. We'll have to navigate through heavily monitored sections. Knowledge is as valuable as data, Jake responded. People who understand the restoration protocol improve implementation probability throughout hegemony territory. The Shaper vessel disconnected from its docking cradle, hovering silently before accelerating into a narrow tunnel. The navigation system plotted a course through ancient maintenance passages, paralleled modern facility corridors. Zorthan has ordered a complete purge of life support systems throughout the facility, Elena reported, monitoring communications. He's willing to sacrifice all personnel rather than let the protocol spread. That extreme order triggered safety countermeasures, Dr. Sarvek explained. His command access will be temporarily restricted. The vessel emerged into a modern corridor, startling a security team. Before they could react, the ship's defensive systems emitted precisely targeted energy pulses that rendered the guards unconscious without permanent harm. Non-lethal defensive capabilities, Jake observed as they navigated through the facility. The Shapers designed their technology to preserve life, not to doctor it. They approached the medical bay as alarms indicated a security breach in progress. Through observation ports, Jake saw Zorthan's elite guards forcing entry through the final defensive barrier. Dr. Jarvik coordinated the evacuation of injured personnel while Krell and Rhea maintained defensive positions. Extending docking collar to emergency access port, Jake announced, activating the vessel systems. A flexible connection tunnel extended from the ship to the medical bay's secondary entrance. Defensive systems active, Alina reported, operating unfamiliar controls that triggered energy pulses to incapacitate approaching security forces. Dr. Jarvik appeared at the access port, quickly organizing the evacuation. Krell and Rhea first, then critical medical personnel. As the evacuation proceeded, the vessel's systems flagged a critical threat. One of Zorthan's elite guards had positioned himself to target the docking collar with a specialized cutting tool. Can't get a clear defensive shot without risking the boarding passengers, Alina warned. Without hesitation, Operator Chen positioned himself in the connection corridor, shielding the docking mechanism with his body. "Get them aboard," he called to Jake. "I'll hold this position." Jake recognized the necessity of the sacrifice, but it didn't make the decision easier. Retract docking collar as soon as the last evacuee is aboard. Krell, Rhea, and Dr. Jarvik made it safely onto the vessel, but the docking collar retracted with Operator Chen still in the corridor, cutting off his escape route. "All aboard secure," Alina reported grimly. Launch trajectory plotted to rendezvous with Admiral Selara's battle group. The ancient vessel disengaged from the ancestral vault, its propulsion system accelerating at rates that would kill unprotected passengers if not for the personalized environmental adaptations. 3 Loyalist interceptors dispatched from Zorthan's command vessel, Alina warned, checking the tactical display. Jake accessed unfamiliar control systems, activating the vessel's defensive capabilities. Instead of weapons, these systems generated sophisticated countermeasures that confused the pursuing vessel's navigation and targeting systems. "Not lethal, but effective," Jake noted as the interceptors broke off direct pursuit. Through the vessel's communication system, they received a transmission from Captain Lee aboard the Prometheus. "We've established a protective corridor for your approach. 17 major hegemony medical centers have begun implementing the restoration protocol, with priority given to juvenile patients showing advanced diminishing symptoms." As Admiral Selara's flagship appeared in the viewscreen, Jake examined the data package they had extracted from the ancestral vault. Beyond the restoration protocol, he discovered additional information about the Shaper's long-term plans. "There's more here than just the cure," he told Alina, displaying evolutionary projections for all 8 genetic lineages. The Shapers designed specific environmental triggers to activate dormant genetic sequences at predetermined developmental milestones. "What does it mean?" Alina asked. "It means the Shapers intended all 8 lineages to eventually recombine," Jake explained. "The ultimate goal was to create an adaptable metaspecies capable of surviving extreme environmental variations." The ancient vessel approached Admiral Selara's flagship, its mission complete but its implications just beginning to unfold. The Shaper TR Doctor, port docked with the flagship, but Jake couldn't help wondering about what they'd left behind, both Operator Chen and the ancient preservation chamber with its suspended occupants from Earth's distant past. The ancient vessel docked with Admiral Selara's flagship, establishing a secure connection that allowed Jake and the others to transfer safely aboard. Jake stepped through the airlock last, turning to look at the smooth, organic curves of the Shaper transport that had facilitated their escape. Its systems remained active, as if waiting for further instructions. Admiral Selara greeted them personally in the docking bay. A tall Voridian with distinctive cranial ridges, she stood with perfect military posture despite the tension visible in her eyes. "The transmission is spreading beyond our expectations," she said, leading them toward the command deck. 17 major medical centers have already begun implementation. "And Zorthan?" Jake asked. "Retreating but dangerous. He's calling the protocol a human bioweapon designed to collapse hegemony civilization." 2 weeks later, Jake stood in the newly established research hub aboard Selara's flagship. The vast chamber had been converted into a joint scientific council, with specialized workstations for representatives of all 8 genetic lineages. The ancient Shaper vessel sat in a secure bay connected to the hub, its systems interfaced with the flagship's computers. Dr. Sarvek approached him, carrying a data tablet displaying recovery statistics. Juvenile recovery rates have stabilized at 82% across all homeworlds. Adult recovery is proceeding more slowly, but the trajectory remains positive. Jake nodded, studying the genetic stability indicators on the display. The most significant finding is here, he said, highlighting a data set. Treated individuals maintain stability without continued intervention. The dormant Shaper guidance sequences are functioning exactly as designed. Alina joined them, her expression serious. We've received the latest intelligence briefing. Zorthan has established a command center on unyielding dominance. He still controls nearly a third of hegemony military assets, and he's implementing information control protocols, Dr. Arvik added, approaching with Krell at his side. His propaganda claims the treatments cause neural degradation after initial improvement. Krell stood straighter than Jake had ever seen him. The young Voridian's physical development had progressed remarkably in the 2 weeks since receiving treatment. My father's lying. The medical documentation of my recovery disproves his claims. Jake accessed the main display terminal, bringing up a galactic map showing treatment distribution centers. Zorthan knows he's losing the information war. Intelligence suggests he's planning to target medical distribution centers directly. Captain Lee entered the research hub, accompanied by Lieutenant Marcus Porter. Admiral Selara has convened a strategic planning session. We're designating 27 medical facilities across 5 systems as priority defensive positions. Mixed human hegemony security forces at each location, Lieutenant Porter added. We can't afford to lose any distribution centers. Over the following days, Jake and Alina focused on enhancing the protocol's effectiveness for adult populations. Working in the laboratory adjacent to the ancient vessel's docking bay, they analyzed tissue samples from adult patients showing slower recovery rates. The cellular structures are responding differently based on age, Alina observed, examining microscopic images of trachean tissue. The mature physiology requires additional activation energy. Dr. Sarvek manipulated controls on the analysis equipment. The Shaper vessel's environmental systems might provide insight. They adjusted to our individual physiologies during transport. Jake interfaced with the vessel's control systems, which continued to respond preferentially to his unmodified human genetic markers. Display panels activated, showing detailed environmental data recorded during their escape. There, he said, highlighting a specific reading. The vessel exposed each of us to calibrated electromagnetic radiation frequencies. It wasn't just atmospheric adjustment, it was actively supporting genetic stability. This discovery led to the development of specialized treatment chambers incorporating radiation emitters calibrated to each species' genetic profile. Initial tests showed adult recovery rates increasing by more than 220%. While Jake worked on treatment refinements, Lieutenant Porter established a sophisticated communication network linking all major treatment centers. He demonstrated the system in the research hub, activating a holographic display showing real-time data flow between facilities. The network utilizes modified neural interface technology based on my brother's research, Porter explained. Advanced security measures prevent Zorthan's forces from disrupting medical data transmission. Across the hub, Dr. Vexelara Willowy Calasian researcher with six-fingered handsill, a team focusing on reproductive capacity among treated populations. Her precise movements reflected the methodical nature of her work as she displayed findings on restored fertility rates. Females receiving the complete protocol show fertility approaching historical norms, she reported. Genetic stability markers in reproductive cells suggest offspring will inherit activated guidance sequences without requiring treatment. The research hub's activity halted when Admiral Selara entered with Captain Lee. Their expressions conveyed the severity of new intelligence. Zorthan has implemented Project Purification, Selara announced, activating the central display with security clearance. It's a contingency plan involving targeted genetic weapons DRD to eliminate individuals carrying activated shaper sequences. Captain Lee expanded the display to show 3 isolated outposts. The weapons are being developed in military laboratories at these locations. They target specific genetic markers created during successful restoration. He's shifted from suppressing treatment to eliminating treated populations, Jake realized. Lee nodded grimly. I've deployed strike teams to neutralize these facilities. 3 days later, the strike teams reported back. They had successfully destroyed research data and prototype weapons at 2 facilities. But intelligence confirmed that 1 operational weapon system had been transferred to unyielding dominance before they arrived. Jake analyzed the limited data recovered from the destroyed research facilities. Working directly in the Shaper vessel Doctorair, its advanced systems could assist his investigation. The weapon exploits a vulnerability in cell structures during active restoration, he explained to Admiral Selara and the research team. It introduces toxins triggering cellular breakdown in individuals undergoing treatment. Worst of all, it uses atmospheric dispersal, Alina added. It could kill millions currently responding to the protocol. Jake walked around the interior of the Shaper vessel, studying its defensive systems. The solution might be here. This ship's environmental adaptation technology creates protective fields calibrated to individual genetic profiles. Dr. Sarvak immediately grasped the application. Modified versions could shield vulnerable populations during restoration, preventing the toxins from accessing cellular structures undergoing reconfiguration. She coordinated with medical facilities across hegemony territory, implementing emergency protective measures, temporary suspension of atmospheric circulation in treatment centers, specialized filtration systems, and acceleration of specific treatment phases to minimize vulnerability windows. 4 days later, Admiral Selara received critical intelligence. Zorthan plans to personally oversee the weapon's first deployment against the primary medical center on Trachis Prime, she informed the Council. Over 3 million citizens are receiving treatment there. The Trachian population has shown the highest acceptance rate of the protocol, Dr. Sarvak noted, her voice tight with concern for her homeworld. Nearly 35% of the planetary population has voluntarily sought treatment. Success, there would frighten other populations away from treatment facilities, Captain Lee observed. It's calculated brutality. The joint human hegemony fleet prepared for direct confrontation near Trachis Prime. Admiral Selara deployed ships in defensive positions around major population centers, while Captain Lee's vessels established a secondary perimeter, protecting key orbital infrastructure. Jake finalized designs for modified protective field generators based on the Shaper vessel's technology. Production facilities worked continuously to create deployable units for distribution to vulnerable treatment centers. As Jake supervised the calibration of the first prototype in the research hub, an unexpected notification appeared on his neural interface. The transmission used Commander Thrace's personal encryption codes a secret communication from within Zorthan's inner circle. The message contained complete technical specifications for the genetic weapon, including its dispersal mechanisms and activation parameters. Jake reviewed the data, his heart racing as he identified a critical vulnerability. The weapon requires specific atmospheric conditions to maintain stability during dispersal, he announced to the team, transferring the specifications to the main display. conditions we can disrupt using technology derived from the Shaper vessel's environmental systems. With Zorthan's attack on Tracky's Prime imminent, Jake worked feverishly to adapt their defensive strategy. The ancient vessel's control panels responded to his touch, displaying solutions faster than conventional computers could calculate them. The flagship moved into position near Tracky's Prime. Jake stared at the planet visible through the observation port. Millions of lives hung in the balance, vulnerable during their treatment process. The knowledge extracted from the ancestral vault had already begun healing 7 distinct species, but Zorthan's desperate last-ditch effort threatened to undo everything they had accomplished. The vessel's navigation display activated spontaneously, showing not just Tracky's Prime, but also highlighting coordinates for 8 additional ancestral vault facilities scattered throughout the galaxy. These facilities, positioned along probable expansion routes from Earth, contained specialized genetic templates designed for activation as humanity explored new environments. Jake examined these coordinates briefly before returning his focus to the immediate threat. The battle for genetic restoration had moved beyond information to direct military confrontation. Zorthan's forces would arrive within hours, carrying a weapon capable of devastating an entire population center. Time was running out. Time was running out. Jake turned from the observation port, his mind already calculating defensive strategies. The weapon requires specific atmospheric conditions to maintain stability during dispersal, he explained, pulling up the specifications from Commander Thrace's transmission. If we disrupt those conditions, we can neuter Dr. Z its effectiveness without needing to intercept every delivery system. Dr. Sarvak studied the molecular structures displayed on the screen. The toxin becomes unstable at modified atmospheric densities, she confirmed, tracing a finger along a sequence of chemical bonds. Ingenious defense strategy. Jake accessed the Shaper vessel's environmental control systems. I can develop portable atmospheric modulators based on this technology. Limited range, but enough to protect treatment centers if we position them strategically. Alina immediately began running simulations. We'd need at least 86 units to cover all major population centers on Tracky's Prime. Admiral Selara, Jake called across the research hub. How much time do we have before Zorthan reaches the planet? Dr. Intelligence suggests less than 24 hours, she replied, activating a tactical display. We're establishing a defensive perimeter. Captain Lee is positioning vessels in orbit above the primary treatment centers. Lieutenant Porter joined them, neural interface components visible beneath his collar. I've been working on a planet-wide early warning system using modified neural technology. We can link treatment center security personnel with ORDRAL platforms, create a unified response network. How quickly can you implement Dr. NT? Jake asked. I'll personally oversee installation at 16 critical monitoring stations, Porter replied. We'll have comprehensive atmospheric monitoring capability within 12 hours. Dr. Jarvik accessed the medical database. Sarvak and I will adjust treatment schedules to minimize simultaneous vulnerable phases. We can develop emergency neutralization Dr. Pounds to temporarily suspend restoration if toxins are detected. Jake nodded, transferring design specifications to the fabrication bay. Start production immediately. I need the first prototype for testing within 3 hours. Across the hub, Krell approached. The young Voridian's posture displayed newfound confidence. I want to test the protective measures. Too dangerous, Jake replied immediately. The toxin targets exactly the genetic sequences you now carry, which makes me the ideal test subject, Krell countered. My father sacrificed himself by providing information. I can contribute by testing defenses. Doctor. Sarvak examined Krell's medical readings. We could conduct controlled exposure with minimal risk using a microscopic toxin sample. His fully restored genetic profile provides the perfect test case. 4 hours later, Krell stood in a sealed laboratory chamber. A prototype personal shield generator, derived from the Shaper vessel's technology, created a faintly visible field around his body. Behind observation glass, Jake monitored shield integrity while Dr. Jarvik prepared a minute sample of the genetic toxin. "Releasing test sample now," Dr. Jarvik announced as a microscopic droplet entered the chamber's atmosphere. Jake tracked the toxin's molecular interaction with Krell's shield. Field integrity holding at 98%. The toxin molecules are being neutralized at the barrier. Krell remained perfectly still, breathing normally. "No adverse effects detected," he reported. "Cellular stability confirmed," Dr. Sarvek added, reviewing real-time biometric data. "The shield successfully prevents toxin interaction with restored genetic sequences." Jake allowed himself a moment of relief before returning to the primary defense strategy. "Begin fabrication of all 8-6 atmospheric modulators. We need deployment teams ready within 6 hours. Admiral Selara's tactical briefing filled the main hub display. Zorthan's battle group consists of 17 vessels including unyielding dominance. Our intelligence SUG-DRTS he'll use multiple attack vectors to divide our defensive resources. Captain Lee indicated the orbital defense grid. We've positioned the Prometheus and 3 modified hegemony cruisers in low orbit directly above the largest treatment centers. Doctor, re-equipped with the atmospheric shielding technology based on Jake's design specifications. Rather than matching each attack group, Admiral Selara continued, we've deployed rapid response vessels in adaptive formations. When Zorthan commits to his primary attack vector, we'll concentrate defensive resources accordingly. Jake made his decision. I'll take the Shaper vessel Heritage Reclamento high orbit above Trachis Prime. Its sensors can monitor atmospheric conditions across the entire planet simultaneously. Heritage reclaimed. Alina asked. Seems appropriate, Jake replied. It's helping us reclaim our shared heritage. 12 hours later, Jake stood aboard Heritage reclaimed in high orbit above Trachis Prime. The ancient vessel systems responded to his touch with increasing sensitivity, revealing capabilities previously dormant. Alina and Rhea coordinated with surface teams deploying atmospheric modulators to vulnerable regions across the planet. First wave of modulators operational, Alina reported. Coverage established over 38% of treatment centers. Jake studied the sensor readings. The vessel's showing me something new. Look at this energy field configuration. It can stabilize atmospheric conditions across much larger areas than our portable units. On the surface, Dr. Jarvik coordinated the massive relocation effort. We need to move 3 million patients to the 200 fortified treatment centers, he explained to Trachian medical authorities. Prioritize juvenile patients for facilities with the strongest protection. Dr. Sarvek personally supervised the largest facility, where 50,000 children underwent treatment. Increase shield density by 18%, she instructed the technical team. Their undeveloped immune systems make them particularly vulnerable. Detecting multiple vessels approaching Trachian space, Admiral Selara's voice announced over the command channel. 17 ships in 3 distinct formations, consistent with intelligence predictions. Jake watched the tactical display as Zorthan's forces appeared at the system's edge. The battle groups separated immediately, approaching from different vectors just as Admiral Selara had anticipated. The central group, led by unyielding dominance, took a direct approach vector toward the planet. 3 vessels breaking formation, Captain Lee reported, surprise evident in his voice. They're transmitting surrender signals. Admiral Selara's tactical display updated. Primarily Trachian crews, they're refusing to attack their homeworld. The defecting vessels transmitted tactical data directly to Admiral Selara's flagship. We have confirmation of weapon deployment systems, she announced. Specialized launchers modified for atmospheric dispersal on these 4 vessels. Captain Lee immediately adjusted defensive priorities. Prometheus engaging primary target group, focusing on confirmed weapon carriers. Jake watched as the UES Prometheus executed a complex electronic warfare pattern, disrupting targeting systems on 2 enemy vessels. The maneuver prevented them from achieving stable firing positions, forcing Zorthan to commit additional escorts for protection. Heritage Reclaim sensors suddenly highlighted an anomalous reading near Trachis Prime's polar region. Jake enhanced the detection parameters, revealing a small vessel utilizing experimental cloaking technology. Admiral, stealth vessel approaching from the polar region, Jake reported urgently. Sensors detecting weapon-grade toxin aboard smaller payload, but still capable of affecting approximately 200,000 citizens in the capital. No defensive vessels can intercept in time, Admiral Selara responded after checking tactical projections. Jake activated Heritage Reclaim's propulsion system, surprising himself with how intuitively he understood its operation. The ancient vessel responded instantly, accelerating toward the polar approach vector. "What are you doing?" Alina asked, gripping a support rail as the vessel changed course. "The only thing we can do," Jake replied, activating previously dormant systems. "This vessel has defensive capabilities we haven't fully explored." Heritage Reclaimed positioned itself directly in the stealth ship's path. Jake activated a specialized containment field technology the Shapers had developed to preserve genetic samples during interstellar transport. The field expanded outward, enveloping the approaching stealth vessel in a shimmer of energy that prevented molecular movement across its boundary. "Weapon neutralized," Jake confirmed, monitoring the field integrity. "The toxin can't disperse within the containment bubble. Unyielding dominance breaking through defensive line," Admiral Selara reported. "Zorthan's making a final push toward low orbit. All vessels target propulsion and weapon systems Onliu need to disable without destroying." Lieutenant Porter led a boarding team to secure the neutralized stealth vessel. "Weapon contained and secured," he reported. "Analyzing targeting mechanism now." Jake received another encrypted transmission from their mysterious ally aboard Unyielding Dominance. The message contained emergency override codes for the flagship's primary systems and confirmation that internal security doctorshores in the command center had been disabled. "Admiral," Jake transmitted. "I've received override codes for Unyielding Dominance. We have an opportunity for direct intervention before Zorthan can deploy the primary weapon." The damaged flagship continued its desperate approach toward Trachis Prime, now just 17 minutes from weapon deployment range. Systems failures cascaded across multiple sections, but Zorthan had diverted all remaining power to propulsion and weapon systems. "Boarding operation authorized," Admiral Selara decided. "Neutralize Zorthan and secure that weapon." Jake transferred the override codes to the assault team's secure channel. As Prometheus moved alongside the stricken flagship, Jake watched from Heritage Reclaim's command center, the fate of millions hanging in the balance. Flagship, Jake knew millions of lives hung in balance. The command channel crackled with urgency. "Boarding operation authorized," Admiral Selara announced. "Neutralize Zorthan and secure that weapon." Captain Lee's voice cut through the channel next. "Assembling strike team now. 6 human operators, 6 hegemony specialists on from each species except Voridian." Jake transferred the override codes and stepped away from the console. "I'm joining the boarding party." "Absolutely not," Alina grabbed his arm. "You're too valuable to risk on a direct assault." Jake shook his head. "Nobody understands both the weapon and Shaper technology like I do. If something goes wrong with either, you need me there." Captain Lee's holographic projection appeared on the command deck. "Dr. Mitchell, with respect, this is a military operation. My team is trained for conventional threats, Jake interrupted. Not for a genetic weapon designed by someone with centuries of experience manipulating shaper technology. The codes got us access, but Zorthans had time to modify systems. I can identify and counter those modifications. Admiral Celara's voice joined the debate. Time is critical. We need to decide. After several seconds of tense silence, Captain Lee nodded. Very well. But you stay with Commander Petrov at all times. His team, his orders. 15 minutes later, Jake secured his tactical gear aboard one of 2 stealth insertion shuttles in the Prometheus launch bay. Commander Alexei Petrov, a broad-shouldered man with close-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed nothing, inspected Jake's equipment. Seal is good, Petrov confirmed, tapping Jake's tactical vest. Neuralink. Jake tapped his temple where Lieutenant Porter had installed a temporary interface. Online and receiving. Team, listen up. Petrov addressed the 12 operators now boarding the shuttles. Porter is feeding us real-time schematics. Unyielding dominance is heavily damaged but still operational. Our mysterious benefactor has disabled security in Section 8, giving us access through the maintenance airlock near secondary command. A Nelvaran specialist checked her weapon. What's our intelligence on internal resistance? Unknown, Petrov replied. Prepare for both hostiles and potential allies. Primary objective remains securing the weapon. The shuttles detached from Prometheus, thrusters silent as they utilized momentum to drift toward the massive flagship. Jake watched through the viewport as they navigated the expanding debris field. Sections of the Onsamite vessel were venting atmosphere, creating scattered clouds that provided additional concealment. Approaching insertion point, the pilot announced. Defensive systems in this sector are offline. Confirmed access to Airlock 7 Beta. The shuttle docked with a gentle thud. Magnetic clamps engaged, creating an airtight seal against the flagship's hull. The team moved silently through the airlock, weapons ready. Once inside, Commander Petrov divided them into 3 units. Alpha team with me, Jake, Merrick, Solano, and Turek. We're heading directly to weapons control. Beta team under Tersh secure engineering and prevent self-destruct protocols. Gamma team establishes our exit route. Move out. Jake followed Petrov through dimly lit corridors. Emergency lighting cast red shadows across debris-strewn passageways. Signs of internal conflict appeared with increasing frequency, scorch marks from energy weapons, blood smears from multiple species, and abandoned security posts. Deck 7 access is blocked, Lieutenant Porter's voice came through their neural links. Rerouting through maintenance shaft 12C, they redirected through a narrow service tunnel. Jake stepped over the body of a Voridian security officer, noting the precision of the wound pattern. Commander, Jake whispered, pointing to a sealed conference room visible through a shattered viewport. Inside lay 3 Voridian officers in command uniforms, execution wounds evident at the base of their skulls. Petrov examined the scene. Zorthans eliminating anyone questioning his orders. Beta team engaging hostiles in engineering, came the urgent report through their neural link. Loyal Voridian security forces. Heavy resistance. Jake heard weapon discharges echoing through the communication channel, followed by pained shouts. The sounds of the firefight continued for several minutes before Beta team's leader reported success. Engineering secured. 2 casualties on our side. Reactor controls locked down. Self-destruct averted. Petrov acknowledged the report as they approached weapons control. Suddenly, emergency barriers slammed down, separating Jake and Petrov from the rest of Alpha team. Barrier override failed, reported Merrick from the other side, attempting manual bypass. Jake's neural interface pulsed with an incoming transmission. Text scrolled across his field of vision. Zorthan implementing manual deployment. Central command deck, hurry. Commander, Jake showed Petrov the message. Our ally says Zorthans on the command deck, not weapons control. Petrov assessed their options quickly. Merrick, continue to weapons control with Solano and Turek. Mitchell and I will reroute to command. They entered a maintenance shaft, climbing through the vessel's infrastructure. Jake spotted a damaged terminal and paused. "Give me 30 seconds, he said, connecting to the system. The terminal flickered as he accessed communication logs, tracing neural signature patterns embedded in their allies' transmissions. "I know who's helping us," Jake said as they continued moving. Admiral Karen, Zorthan's second-in-command. He was Commander Thrace's strategic advisor before the rebellion. "Admiral Karen has the diminishing," Petrov noted as they climbed. "He'd have personal reasons to support your mission." They reached the access point for the command deck and paused. Petrov checked his weapon and nodded to Jake. They breached the entryway together. The command deck was eerily silent. 3 Voridian officers lay dead near the central platform where Zorthan hunched over a cylindrical device. The commander was connecting the genetic weapon to what Jake recognized as an emergency launch tube part of the flagship's escape pod system. Petrov moved forward, weapon raised. "Commander Zorthan, stand down." Zorthan turned, his expression cold and determined. Despite his age, he moved with unexpected speed, launching himself at Petrov. The commander's augmented strength became immediately apparent as he knocked Petrov's weapon aside and slammed him into a control panel. Jake rushed to the weapon system, assessing its configuration. Zorthan had modified the dispersal mechanism for atmospheric deployment through the escape pod tubes. 6 canisters sat ready for launch, each containing enough toxin to devastate a major population center. As Jake accessed the control systems, Zorthan threw Petrov across the deck and turned toward Jake. "You've accomplished nothing," the commander snarled, advancing. "The purge will proceed." A door to an adjacent observation chamber slid open. Admiral Karen stepped onto the command deck, his Voridian exoskeleton showing visible degradation from advanced diminishing. "It's over, Zorthan," Karen said, his voice steady despite his physical deterioration. "I've transmitted everything: your orders, your executions, and comprehensive data on the restoration protocol's effectiveness. Every ship in the fleet now knows the truth." Zorthan froze, his attention diverted by this betrayal from his most trusted officer. Jake seized the moment, fingers flying across the weapon's control interface. He accessed the genetic targeting parameters, recognizing components derived from Shaper technology. Instead of trying to disable the complex mechanism, Jake inverted its function. The delivery system, designed to interface with specific genetic markers, could distribute treatment as effectively as toxin. He rapidly reprogrammed 4 of the 6 canisters, converting them to delivery vessels for a concentrated restoration formula. Zorthan noticed Jake's manipulation and roared with rage. He abandoned his confrontation with Karen and lunged toward the launch controls. "You will not corrupt my legacy." Jake completed the final modifications as Zorthan smacked his palm onto the emergency launch sequence. All 6 canisters ejected simultaneously toward Trachis Prime's atmosphere. "Elena," Jake shouted into his comm. 2 toxic canisters, 4 beneficial. Heritage reclaimed needs to selectively intercept. Aboard the ancient Shaper vessel, Elena directed its defensive systems. The vessel positioned itself in the descent path, its technology identifying and neutralizing the 2 toxic canisters while allowing the beneficial ones to continue. On the command displays, Jake watched as the 4 reprogrammed canisters released their payload in the upper atmosphere. Distribution patterns spread across population centers, carried by air currents to reach 87% of inhabited regions. Zorthan stood transfixed by the monitor, watching his weapon become a delivery system for salvation rather than extinction. His composure cracked completely. With trembling hands, he withdrew a small device from his uniform, a miniaturized version of his genetic weapon. Before anyone could react, Zorthan activated the device against himself. Jake watched in horror as the commander's body collapsed, his genetic structure rapidly deteriorating into an unrecognizable organic mass. Admiral Karen stepped forward, his voice formal yet strained. "This is Admiral Karen. I hereby surrender the unyielding dominance to combined human hegemony forces. All vessels are ordered to stand down immediately." He turned to Jake, diminishing symptoms evident in his labored movements. "I require treatment. My condition is advanced." Petrov recovered his weapon and contacted the extraction team. "Command deck secured. Weapon neutralized. Zorthan is eliminated." Jake accessed a nearby terminal, downloading the flagship's research database. These files contain everything centuries of artificial selection records, genetic manipulation programs, the complete history linking all our species to the Shaper templates. Reports began streaming in from Tracky's Prime. The atmospheric delivery was showing unexpected benefits, reaching populations previously unable to access treatment facilities. Even individuals with advanced diminishing symptoms showed positive response to the concentrated formula. "Alpha Team, Beta Team, converge at extraction point," Petter Doctor ordered. "We're bringing Admiral Karen and the database back to Prometheus." As they made their way back through the damaged corridors, Jake's neural interface displayed incoming data from the planet's surface. The genetic restoration was proceeding faster than anyone had anticipated. For the first time since the mission began, Jake allowed himself to consider what might come next: the challenges of rebuilding hegemony society without the artificial selection that had defined it for centuries. Admiral Karen walked beside him, leaning slightly on a recovered staff. "Your broadcast reached me weeks ago. I've been working since then to prevent Zorthan's most extreme actions, but I couldn't move openly until today." "Why take the risk?" Jake asked. Karen's damaged exoskeleton creaked as he walked. "Because extinction is the one failure from which a species never recovers. Politics, wars, cultural upheavals, those are temporary. Genetic annihilation is forever." They reached the extraction point where both shuttle teams waited. The immediate crisis had passed, but Jake knew the work of reconciliation between humanity and their genetic relatives had only just begun. Jake watched as the shuttles carried them back to the Prometheus. Through the viewport, he observed the expanding debris field around the unyielding dominance remnants of the battle that had nearly ended in genetic catastrophe for an entire world. Admiral Karen sat across from H-Doctor, Dr. Voridian's deteriorating exoskeleton creaking with each labored breath. "The genetic restoration formula is working faster than projected, Doctor," Sarvak reported through the neural link. "Preliminary analysis shows 73% efficacy in moderately affected populations. Even severe cases are showing cellular response." Jake turned to Admiral Karen. "You'll receive priority treatment when we dock." The Admiral's mandibles clicked weakly. "There are others with more immediate need." "Your knowledge of hegemony command protocols is vital for the transition," Petrov interjected. "And your actions today saved billions. Treatment priority is both tactical and deserved." The shuttle docked with a gentle thud against Prometheus's hull. Medical teams rushed forward as the airlock cycled open, transferring Admiral Karen onto a specialized biobed calibrated for Voridian physiology. "The heritage reclaimed is requesting your presence, Mitchell," Captain Lee said, as Jake stepped onto the deck. "Elena says their genetic archives contain additional restoration protocols that might improve treatment efficacy." Jake nodded and made his way to the adjacent docking bay where the ancient Shaper vessel had interfaced with Prometheus. The Heritage Reclaimed's interior hummed with energy, its systems fully activated after centuries of dormancy. "Jake," Elena called from the central chamber. The vessel's genetic repository contained specialized formulations for each hegemony species. The Shaper's anticipated restoration might eventually be necessary. Together they extracted and transmitted the enhanced protocols to Dr. Jarvik and Dr. Sarvak. Within hours, treatment facilities on Trachis Prime reported improved response rates across all 7 hegemony species. The diminishing wasn't just being halted, it was being reversed. 6 months later, Jake stood in Heritage Reclaimed's command center as the ancient vessel descended through Earth's atmosphere. Below, the CDR-MDRAL grounds outside New Geneva teemed with representatives from all 8 human lineages, 7 hegemony species and baseline humans, gathered together for the first time in 300 millennia. Atmospheric entry complete, Alina reported, her fingers dancing across the control interface. Landing coordinates confirmed. Jake looked down at his formal attire, a blend of human diplomatic styling with subtle elements of hegemony design. The dark blue material incorporated crystalline patterns reminiscent of lithoid formal wear, while the shoulder clasps featured Voridian geometric precision. "Krell," Jake called through the internal communication system. "Are you ready?" The young Voridian's voice came back steady and clear. "The genetic samples are secured in the ceremonial case. All 8 lineages are represented." As Heritage Reclaimed settled onto its landing struts, Jake gazed through the viewports at the assembled dignitaries. Admiral Selara stood beside Captain Lee on the central platform, their respective uniforms indicating the newly formed Joint Command structure. Behind them stood representatives from every known human variation, different in appearance, but fundamentally connected by shared genetic heritage. The main hatch cycled open, sunlight streaming into the vessel's interior. Jake stepped out first, followed by Alina and Krell. The Voridian youth moved with the confidence of someone fully recovered from the diminishing, his exoskeletal plates showing healthy redoctor aeration patterns after 3 months of intensive treatment. The crowd rose as they approached the central podium. Jake recognized Dr. Jarvik and Dr. Sarvak near the front, human and Trachian physicians who had established treatment centers across 11 planets. Admiral Karen stood with the hegemony military delegation, his physical recovery evident in the regenerated exoskeletal plates and steadier movements. Lieutenant Porter caught Jake's eye from his security position. The neural interface technology that had once marked them as enemies now served as the foundation for mixed human hegemony security teams. Porter's subtle nod conveyed both professional respect and personal gratitude. Jake reached the podium and activated the display system. A 3-dimensional representation of the complete Shaper genetic archive materialized above the assembly. 8 distinct genetic lineages diverged from a common ancestral template, color-coded markers highlighting the specialized adaptations in each branch. 6 months ago, we stood as enemies, products of artificial division implemented across centuries, Jake began, his voice carrying across the assembled representatives. Today, we gather as what we always were, different branches of DRE-DRME evolutionary tree, designed to adapt separately before recombining our unique strengths. He gestured to Krell, who stepped forward with the ceremonial case. The young Voridian opened it with practiced precision, revealing 8 crystal preservation vials nested in specialized containment fields. Each vial contained genetic samples from a different human lineage, 7 hegemony species and baseline human. Dr. Vexaler approached the podium next. The Trachian geneticist's skin showed healthy coloration after receiving the restoration treatment. The atmospheric delivery on Trachis Prime has exceeded all projections, the doctor reported, displaying comprehensive treatment data. We've achieved 94% recovery in juvenile patients and 78% in adults. Most significantly, the first post-treatment births show stable, self-sustaining Shaper guidance sequences. The ceremony progressed as Admiral Selara presented the Genetic Heritage Accord for final approval. Jake watched as representatives from all 8 lineages applied their signatures or genetic markers to the document. This unprecedented agreement established shared governance over the newly identified ancestral vault facilities, genetic repositories, the Shapers had hidden throughout the galaxy. Captain Lee unveiled architectural plans for the first Interspecies Academy, while Rhea presented her analysis of the ancestral vault records. The lithoid researcher had discovered the Shapers' true purpose in creating divergent human lineage insurance against extinction through diversification rather than centralization. Jake observed the proceedings with a sense of profound historical significance. When Dr. Jarvik and Dr. Sarvak demonstrated their latest medical breakthrough-enhanced regenerative capabilities derived from integrating lithoid crystalline healing with human stem cell adaptability, thought of Commander Thrace. The Voridian who had initiated this journey would never see its outcome, but his legacy lived on in the healing taking place across 7 worlds. Lieutenant Porter activated the specialized communication network, linking the ceremony with public viewing areas across 27 planets. Jake felt the weight of 11 billion sentient beings watching this moment, formal acknowledgement of their shared heritage and common future. As Jake introduced the Genetic Heritage Preservation Initiative, he caught Alina's gaze from the side of the platform. Her subtle smile carried both personal warmth and professional pride. During the 6 months since Traki's Prime, they had worked side by side aboard Heritage Reclaimed, uncovering genetic secrets that had remained hidden for 300 millennia. Admiral Karen presented the reformed hegemony military charter, fundamentally restructured to eliminate genetic hierarchies. The Admiral moved with renewed strength, his exoskeletal plates showing significant regeneration after 3 months of restoration treatment. The military that once enforced genetic segregation will now protect genetic diversity, Karen declared, his mandibles clicking with formal precision. Each species' unique adaptations represent tactical advantages rather than hierarchical status. Alina stepped forward to unveil the interspecies medical protocol, standardizing treatment methodologies across all 8 human lineages. Jake activated a specialized display showing restoration progress throughout hegemony territory, steady improvement in genetic stability, with projection models predicting complete elimination of diminishing symptoms within 2 generations. Krell Thrace approached the podium next. The young Voridian had grown in confidence during the months following his father's death, finding purpose in interspecies diplomacy training. "My father believed our separate evolution would eventually lead back to unity," Krell said, announcing the establishment of the Thrace Memorial Scholarship. "Today I honor his vision by supporting education that brings our species together rather than keeping them apart." The ceremony reached its culmination as Jake introduced the Heritage Integration Project expeditions to explore additional ancestral vault facilities identified in Heritage Reclaimed's navigational database. Representatives from all 8 lineages participated in a genetic offering ritual, each providing a small personal sample combined in a specialized Shaper preservation matrix. When the formal proceedings concluded, Jake found himself on Heritage Reclaimed's observation deck with Alina, watching the sunset over the diplomatic compound. The ancient vessel hummed with subtle energy as its systems integrated the genetic offerings from the ceremony. 300,000 years of separation, and all it took to bring us back together was one dying commander willing to trust his enemy, Jake observed, holding Commander Thrace's insignia that Krell had returned to him during the ceremony. Alina took his hand. Jake noticed the subtle indicators of voluntary restoration sequences she had received to enhance compatibility with him. Not enemies, just family who forgot they were related. Jake activated Heritage Reclaimed's primary display, showing the projected course to the distant ancestral vault near the galactic core. The vessel's systems responded to his genetic signature, displaying additional navigational data suggesting networks extending beyond the original 8 vaults. "There's so much more out there," Jake said softly. "The Shapers designed us to eventually reach environments they never could, adaptations for worlds they could only theorize existed." He studied the star charts, noting coordinates for environments ranging from high-gravity worlds to methane-rich atmospheres. Each location corresponded to specialized genetic templates stored in different ancestral vault species of a comprehensive adaptation strategy the Shapers had implemented before their disappearance. "When do we leave?" Elena asked, her eyes reflecting starlight from the display. 3 months, Jake replied. "Time enough to assemble a crew representing all 8 lineages." He traced the projected course with his finger, wondering what they might discover at the galactic core. The genetic archives they had already uncovered had transformed their understanding of human history. What other secrets awaited in the more distant repositories? The sunset faded into twilight as Jake and Elena continued studying the navigational data. Below, representatives from 8 human lineages celebrated the beginning of a new era built on genetic cooperation rather than artificial selection. Heritage-reclaimed systems hummed in harmony with their shared purpose, the ancient vessel preparing for its next journey among the stars.